Good evening, everyone.
Hey, Nick.
I've got 6:30. We ready to do this?
Yes.
All right. We recording? Yeah, great. Thanks. Welcome, everyone, to the Monday, April 26th, 2021 Town of Scarborough Planning Board. I'll call this meeting to order. If you could all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Jay. I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance
to the flag
to
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is our roll call. Doreen, could you help us, please?
Roger Bailey,
Here.
Russell Scudder,
Here.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Here.
Nick McGee,
Here.
Rick Meinking,
Here.
Jennifer Ladd,
Here.
Rick Duperry.
Here.
All right, thank you. So we have quorum. Just a couple notes here. The minutes are not ready for the April 12th meeting, so we'll table that to the next meeting. Also, 2 applicants have requested to be tabled, so if you are here in attendance for those, items number 10 and 12. One of them is the Anchild Enterprises, 79 County Road, which was the Aroma Joe's project, and item 12, which was AMR Real Estate Holdings, was the Mercedes dealership project. Those 2 have been tabled at the applicant's request. So with that set aside, let's jump into it. Item number 5, Patco Construction requests a site plan review for Lot 12 within the Innovation District subdivision at the Downs, Assessor's Map, Lot U53, Lot 12. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this proposal is located within Lot 12 at the Innovation District subdivision at the Downs. The applicant's proposing a 12,000 square foot, 1-story building that will house a custom crating, packaging, and shipping facility. So this item was actually on the board's last meeting agenda, but it was tabled due to the late hour. So they actually resubmitted materials and responded to staff and peer review comments. So just a few things to run through. So the site plan review ordinance does require two-way driveway entrance to be 26 to 30 feet wide, and the applicant's proposing an entrance of 80 feet wide along Dynamic Drive. So as requested by staff, the applicant did provide an auto-turn simulations for the types of trucks that are anticipated to utilize the site. After reviewing these plans, staff continues to recommend that the applicant revise the design to include a narrower driveway to be consistent with the other driveways in the development. The board may want to require a installation of a 6-foot wide, 1-inch raised concrete strip to help delineate the wide driveway for pedestrians and bicyclists. So the board should be sure to provide direction to the applicant and staff in regards to the driveway width. The applicant also provided building elevations for the board to review tonight. So the applicant should discuss the proposed building design as well. And the applicant's proposing fewer parking spaces for the project than required. So the planning board will need to provide direction on your comfort level with the use being carried on with fewer spaces than is required. I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jamel. And for the applicant, Mr. Frank.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Sean Frank. I'm a civil engineer with Sebago Technics. With me tonight is John Bell of Patco Construction. Jamel did a great job just in terms of the quick introduction. This is lot 12, which is a back lot. It would be the second lot on Dynamic Drive from the intersection with Innovation Way. AV Technic in their large building is on the corner of Innovation Way and Dynamic Drive, and this would be just behind them on the right-hand side of the road. We did spend some time with the developer in terms of finding a lot that would kind of fit for this proposed use. Obviously, because of the type of business, which is basically accepting product, packaging it up safely and securely, and then sending it on its way. truck traffic and access to loading docks is one of the main design features associated with the property. So certainly that's why we looked at the back lot, if you will. So you couldn't see it from Innovation Way and kind of moved it to the rear. Obviously, the depths of the lots is another major issue in terms of being able to get trucks in and out. So we actually were utilizing dynamic drive as part of our truck maneuvering to get in and out of the loading docks for the largest trucks, the WB67s. The majority of the trucks actually are going to be box trucks, but we will need the 67. We were showing an 80-foot driveway. Bill Bray, I don't know if Bill's on, but you know, I hate to say it, but he had a very good idea. What you can see is these landscaped islands was to kind of taper them so that would kind of tighten up the driveway. That would get us down closer to 50 feet, which is still, I know, wider than we like to see, but we think this will work. We can get extend those two landscaped islands on either side. Get that down to 50. But you do see we want to kind of keep it at the 50 just to make sure we do have adequate room to get around a truck if it is parked at the loading dock. But if the board is comfortable with that, we would certainly agree to extend that and to go with the 50-foot driveway. We are proposing only 9 parking spaces. The point of that is basically there's 6 people that'll be at this property. We did do the calculation by ordinance. We actually required 26. We did provide a second site plan, which is basically by adding additional pavement. We could do a double row of parking and come up with the 26 parking spaces. Obviously, we don't want to do that for this particular use. I believe our staff recommended a note on the site plan that would state that if any change of use, that would have to work with staff in terms of the additional parking, and we'd certainly be comfortable with that. The other waiver I think we're asking for, as you can see, the abutting lot just to the north, their driveway is basically right on the property line. Obviously, with this dynamic drive being all commercial and pretty much a private way for commercial activity, my understanding is the ordinance requirements for a 90-foot separation between driveways, and we would ask for some relief on that, just because obviously that would limit quite severely in terms of where the driveway could go on this lot, especially based on the fact that we're kind of the last ones coming in for approval associated with this. As the board knows, this has gone through a lot of state reviews. The stormwater is all addressed as part of the overall subdivision. We are picking up all of our stormwater runoff and connecting it into that system. Underground electric, which we understand has been going through some revisions through the board. We'll update our plan accordingly. Sewer and water are available, obviously, for the structure. So I didn't know Angela, and Angela was. Thank you very much. Angela was good enough to kind of do this presentation for me because I'm still somewhat not too very good at it. If we go to the building elevation, please, Angela. And John, I didn't know if you could just discuss the building elevation just real quickly for the board.
Yeah, not a problem. Not sure if you guys are looking at, oh, there we go. So basically what we have is, just like Jamel said, it's a 12,000 square foot building. It's a pre-engineered metal building. It's a gable structure. We have corrugated siding on all 4 sides of this building. On 3 sides, we have an accent panel, which is that blue strip. On the left-hand side, because of the nature of their business, there's a lot of loading dock overhead doors. And then over on the right-hand side, we're utilizing 8-inch split face masonry block to kind of break up the office section of their building, as well as commercial glass, single door, and 5 vinyl windows. And then we have some additional vinyl windows on the back side of the building for some natural lighting out in their work area.
Thank you, John. Angela, could I bother you to go back to that, to the rendering, the landscape plan rendering? Thank you so much. Working with staff, we have added some additional landscaping to the property. We have added a dumpster. My understanding is it has to be 10 feet from the building, so we will slide that closer to dynamic drive just a little bit. I think it's about 3 feet to get it 10 feet away from the building. The only signage would be building mounted. We won't have a freestanding sign. There was a lighting photometrics that was provided, and certainly we'll make sure that the lighting does meet with town spec. I know you have a full agenda tonight, Mr. Chairman, so with that, I would conclude my presentation, but certainly between John and I, we'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sean. We have opportunity for a public comment on this item. If you're here in attendance and would like to speak, please use the raise my hand feature. All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment. Roger, you look like you were ready to jump in. You're on mute.
Leaning
Let's talk about
forward.
that before we start.
I guess the only question I have, Sean, is on the entryway, you know, the screen that you showed, the blue landscape, you referred to it as landscape. Is that the same as the sheet, the landscape sheet that we
No,
have?
it's not, Roger. We'd actually be adding that 15 feet on either side of the driveway. So the plan that you folks have shows an 80-foot wide driveway. We would be extending that landscape in 15 feet on either side and kind of tapering it. And again, that was kind of a good idea that Bill came up with. So tapering the landscaping, if you will, that tapers down the width of the driveway to 50 feet, but we'd actually have to adjust that plan set to include that additional 15 feet of landscaping on either side of the driveway. So the proposal would be is to revise the plan to get the driveway down to about a 50-foot width with those tapered landscaping extensions on either side.
Okay, so those would be the mountable concrete apron extensions
I
that
think
Bill
that was
Bray's
something
talking
else
about.
Jamal was talking about, actually. I think Jamal was asking if we could have some type of a strip down along the edge. I think it was something along the lines that AV Technic did next door. Is that correct, Jamal?
Yeah, that's correct. It was just a suggestion for an alternative treatment.
Okay. Just a suggestion, Jamal. You know, when we're talking about anything in the innovation district, it would be helpful for me if we had a layout of the full, you know, everything that's been developed at this point. So we have a point of reference, not only with the driveways and the spacing of the driveways, but also how this looks compared, you know, the layout compared to what's there already. I don't know if that's something we can request of the applicants to provide us or not. And maybe the others don't feel the same way. I'm not sure. I guess this is pretty simple from my point of view. It looks like the parking for the office will be kind of raised up. Is that the way I saw that?
It's just based upon the fact that the left-hand side, if you will, is all loading docks, which means that we have a 4-foot elevation difference associated.
Yeah,
with
okay.
that. And so, yes, basically the parking for the offices is plus or minus 4 feet higher than the loading dock area.
Yeah, okay. That's all I have.
Thanks, Roger. Any other board members? Rachel?
Yeah, first of all, I want to congratulate Sean and Bill Bray for coming up with an elegant solution to narrowing the driveway and adding some more landscaping. Part of my question has been answered. Roger asked if there was a difference in the elevation, and there is. But as I was looking at the parking lot and the spaces that are held, in a sense, in reserve, just in case the building is sold and somebody needs more spaces, it appear as though they were going to interfere with the overhead door access. Is that, could you give me a little more information
I was
on
trying,
that?
Rachel, anyway, to kind of keep that. And if I maybe I needed to adjust that a little bit. My intent was to add another row onto the very right-hand side of the parking lot, if you will, and then do the other rows, but so that we weren't impacting that overhead door. And again, I think there's sufficient room for that to occur, and I do think there is sufficient room for us to have that double row of parking on the right-hand side if needed. Again, I would hate to see that additional pavement. As you can see, it's just to make the loading docks and everything else work. It's a pretty good chunk of pavement out there already. Obviously, if we don't have to pave any more than we have to, we just assume not. But I do think if you know, if it does get sold, like you say, and we need to have that parking for another potential buyer or a tenant out through there, that I do think it's very viable for them to add that parking if needed.
Would they have to eliminate the overhead door?
No, I'm quite sure we can make that
Now that
overhead
there's a
door.
4-foot elevation, for the cars need to be parked fully on the flat, so.
Yes, they do, and they would have to access it. You're correct. They would have to access it, if you will, from the high side, obviously, and not the low side.
Okay, I'm still not entirely clear that the total of 26 spaces are there. I hear what you're saying, and I know you're trying to, get as much possible you can into that site. But it is, remains a bit of a concern. But if you're willing to eliminate an overhead door at some point, or a potential new owner, let's say, or new use, that's all the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We'll certainly make the parking work if required.
Thank you. Any other board members with any questions or comments? Russell.
Nick, I have a question. Well, 2 points actually. Sean, where that I don't have the elevation picture up there now showing that driveway drop off there, or the parking area drop off there, but what's the slope of that going to be? That's how wide?
Oh, it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be steep. It's going to be like 2 to 1, I would say. Yes.
Or better, right?
Yes, it's going to be steep right there. It absolutely is.
Okay, somebody's got to give that a little bit of thought. That's a hazard for sure.
And when you're saying that, Russell, in terms of just something along that edge, if you will, between.
Yeah, well, think about the winter time when it's icy and somebody's walking behind there. That would be potentially hazardous. So something to bear in mind, right? The other thing is, I don't know, do you have ample room where the dumpster is now to swing one of the garbage trucks in there when your trailer's at the loading dock?
Yes, we do. We did make sure that we could get, he would basically have to come along the front of the parking lot and then swing back in through there. But, and again, our feeling is that, as my understanding is that the middle docks will be used more for the larger trucks. So our anticipation is that the end docks should be used more for the box truck. So that obviously gives us a little bit more room there as well. But again, tightening up that entrance, and with a truck parked at that loading dock, it does only lead about 20 feet, if you will, for them to kind of get in through there. But they can make it work.
Thank you, Nick. That's all I have.
Thank you. Rick Meinking.
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions here. The first one's on the photometrics. There is some bleeding over into dynamic way, and I think that was mentioned in the staff comments. So we need to take a look at that and maybe reshape the fixtures or the spectrum of the fixtures. But it would be handy if we knew what the color rendition of these fixtures are going. I can't tell based on the cut sheets. There's a range of them, and I think we're looking for a 3000 Kelvin. So it's consistent with the other properties that are in Innovation Way. And I don't know, and those are the only ones that can get dark sky certified, is the 3000K. So I don't know if if this photometrics is in relationship to what fixture, what color renditioning you're having on those fixtures. So I think you need to work with staff to identify exactly which fixture color you intend to use. There is a door on the rear, the furthest rear, or a door on the very end of the building that is totally dark. You've got a wall pack up from it a little bit, but if one was to exit that door at night, it would be totally dark based on your photometric. And I'm quite sure you don't want that. On the other end, where the door is almost halfway in the middle of the building, you do have some light there. So that's good. And I think my overall comment on the photometrics, we really need to have a numeric summary so that we know the mins and the maxes, and then the average, so that we can tell if it's an overlit, underlit, or certainly exceeding the IES standards, even though those are rather gracious. And we always can do with a little less light because we tend to like to light everything up. My second comment is looking at it from Dynamic Way. We have a pitched roof. Is there going to be any rooftop units on this building that would have, you would be able to see from Dynamic Drive that would have an appearance? And if there is, I think it should be shown on the renderings here. So we got a picture of what is going on up there. Maybe you don't, I don't know. But I kind of like to have, some sort of sense of what will it look like. You do have a kitchen up on the second floor in the break area. So I'm assuming maybe you have a mushroom or something that's going to be on there for an exhaust over what looks like could be a stove. So kind of need to see what that might look like if you could do that. But otherwise, I do think that adding the extra landscape on those two areas at the entrance was a smart move, and I like that. And then I concur with Russell's comment about the slip hazard on that drop off. It does seem to be pretty large or pretty good drop down. So I think that does my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. Anything else from the board? Mr. Bell, I think I saw you you nodding your head in one direction or another regarding the rooftop elements of the building. Or Sean, do you have any comments on the mechanicals, what we'd be looking at the top?
Yeah, I apologize. I forget I was on camera. No, we do not have any rooftop units on this building. And the second floor kitchen area is just a kitchenette, no stove, just a sink.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
All right. Anything else?
I will just say we've been taking notes here, Mr. Chairman. If the board's comfortable, certainly we are in terms of working with staff. The photometrics, actually, we had received some initial review comments and did have that updated, but certainly we can get that additional information that Rick was asking for, and certainly make sure that, in terms of the lighting, that it all works for everybody. So if the board is comfortable in terms of the adjustments, we'd certainly appreciate a site plan approval, and certainly we'll work with staff in terms of the conditions of approval and finalizing any minor revisions to the plans. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. As far as the board goes, are you comfortable doing this through a condition approach, or is there a necessity to see this again?
You're asking the board?
Yes.
I'm fine with the condition. I do have a question though regarding the lighting, if I may.
Go ahead.
I understand we don't want lighting spillover on abutters, but I was just wondering about a private way like Dynamic Way. To me, I would think we'd want a little bit of spillover on Dynamic Way just for safety reasons, but I'm just kind of curious about that. Maybe directed to Jamal.
I was actually going to ask Angela to answer that. Sorry. She's a little bit more of a lighting expert than me, but I know we typically do have some spillover onto public ways as a standard, but I don't know about private ways.
Yeah, so it was the question. Can you repeat the question? I guess I think I have it, but can you repeat that, Roger?
Sure. I understand we don't want lighting spillover on abutters, private abutters, but I just didn't see where there would be, I would think it would be beneficial to have a little bit of spillover onto a private way like Dynamic Drive, just for safety reasons.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking, like you said, it's similar to a public street. The spillover isn't as big of a deal. it's more about efficiencies, I think is what Rick Meinking was maybe getting at is it's not a problem, I guess, to spill over into the private way or public way. It's, are you using more energy to light an area that's overlapping with other lighting? You know what I mean? So I think in this case, it's probably not a big deal, but I think it's something, a standard that we look at just to make sure that we're being, you know, a sustainable community kind of thing and looking at the efficiency. And I know Rick wants to jump in. So maybe I misquoted him.
Yeah.
No, you didn't. That was well done. I just wanted to, I don't know, is there pole lights going down dynamic way, or are all private drives without any street lighting at all?
There is no street lighting that I am aware of from the private way design plan that's being constructed out there. I don't know of any lighting on.
Yeah,
actual private
that's
way.
where I was coming from, because
Yeah.
if you have those lights and then you have lights going down dynamic way, well, they're additive and therefore they're not needed. So that was why I raised that issue, other than the fact that you know, any time you have more lighting than you need, you're also causing electrons to flow.
Wait, what's exactly across Dynamic Way from this building?
I
What's
have the
gonna be?
plan. Would that be helpful for me to pull up the?
What I'm getting at is if it's a building that's not going to have any kind of lighting on that dynamic side, you know,
It's the storage facilities, aren't they?
Across the way is it's that mixed use development. So it's the N-Cube and the residential apartment building with light industrial on the lower floor, I believe.
Okay, so that'll have some lighting at least where the apartments are.
And yeah, just a reminder that the lot for these lot lines actually extend into the middle of the road, because the private way or private access drives are shared with easements. So they extend further than the edge of the roadway, which is typical. Which is how we usually see it.
So lot 29 is the throttle club, right?
Yep. Yes.
And
Yes.
lot 6 is the one with the flexible building in the apartment.
Yeah.
Correct.
So I would think they'd want to have a little bit of light on that dynamic drive, you know, I don't recall what kind of lighting they had for the apartment. So I guess I just raised it out of curiosity, you know.
Well, I was going to say, Rick, it was a good point because I hadn't even thought about that, but I did not notice any actual poles on Dynamic Drive when I rode downhill last.
Yeah, well, that's questions and we go back and we double check.
But I'm satisfied with just conditions on this, Nick.
Thanks, Roger.
Nick, I could too, now that I know there's no other protrusions coming up from the view that we'll see at Dynamic Drive. And I think they can work with staff to iron out color and all of that with the outside lighting and what have you. So I'd be okay with the condition.
Thanks, Rick. All right. Rachel, Jennifer, you okay? Rachel?
Yeah, I am okay either with this as a consent item on the next agenda or with the conditions, if we can figure out how to word the conditions so that the safety of pedestrians walking down to the employees walking down to their cars or nearing the edge of that drop off, if that's adequately addressed, and we can figure out how to adequately address that in the conditions.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe for the clarity of the conditions as we go to craft this quickly, are we thinking, and Russell, I'm kind of going to point this at you fairly or unfairly, but you did bring it up, in the sense of getting from the door to your car. My understanding is that elevation might be a little sloped where you're parking, correct? I mean, you're talking 2 to 1 entire over what, 10 feet, 18 feet? Do you know, Sean?
Sean, it's more than 10 feet. As I looked at that briefly, all I saw was that elevation you had there. But it appears to me that there's going to be a distance of maybe 15 or 20 feet that's going to have that slope, very steep slope. I'm just doing this by eye, so correct me if I'm wrong. And one way that we could, yeah, right in there, one way that we could address that is to actually put steps and also some striping in there. Something like
That actually was kind of my question, which is if there were some steps that hugged the building, is that more or less what you were going with?
yes, but so you understand that this is going to be particularly hazardous in when it's icy. It's going to be slippery if it's wet too, but I'm really concerned about the ice. And with a 2-to-1 slope there, I know that I would fall, and I think most of you would fall. It's difficult. So we just want to have something that minimizes any potential for a hazard there.
If everyone's good, and I understand where Russell's coming from now, is that steep slope, and again, it does probably extend coming 15 to 20 feet away from the building. I mean, we're not trying to obviously promote any traffic outside, if you will, coming from one down to the other. I mean, we talk about some type of like a hand railing or something like that, just to kind of, push people down and away from the building in terms of trying to make that access.
A railing may work, or maybe some steps in there, or combination of both. That's what I'm thinking. Yes, Roger. Oh, sorry.
Roger, go ahead.
Sorry, Nick.
Thanks, Russ. I think there's a coup going on here.
No.
Promise not to fight too hard, Roger.
I just want to make a couple of points. Regarding people walking out, there is a sidewalk walking out right next to the parking lot. So I don't really see the people walking down into the major parking lot. I was wondering though, and maybe Sean knows this, when a vehicle, a regular car drives in, is the slope going to be tapered? In other words, is the entryway where the doors are, the overhead doors, that's going to be down? Is that correct? That's going to be down below street level. Or is that going to be street level and the parking is going to be 4 feet above it?
The plans look like it's slightly below street level, but I'll let Sean answer that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And the loading dock area actually goes down a bit to some catch basins and then back up, if you will, to the loading docks. And then
okay, so a car pulls in, one of the employees pulls in, and they're going to make a U-turn to the right real fast. That's where are they going to encounter a significant slope right there, or is the slope more?
No, it's quite tapered out by there, Roger. By the time you get further from the building, and I think what Russell's concern was closer to the building, Russell, as I understood it. Yes,
yeah.
Because we're basically making up 4 feet, if you will, all at one shot, right up close within about 10 or 15 feet away from the building. We have that 4-foot drop, and I think that's what Russell's concern is. The further we get away from the building, then we have the room to start tapering that slope out. So it's
yeah, okay.
Oh, and again, I'm sure we can, John, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but I'm sure we can do something along that top of that.
Yeah, no, I would like to. As I just wanted to make reference to the fact that the rendering is not a true depiction of the site plans themselves. We did that independently from Sean's final elevations, so we might actually be showing it steeper than it actually is. And the steepness actually occurs after the on-grade overhead door next to the loading dock stairs themselves. So the only employees that would potentially be going down through that area would be employees that are familiar with the layout of the land. If you're driving down, if you're going to your vehicle, you'll be staying on the higher side of things. I guess is just what I wanted to point out.
All right. Any other board comments or thoughts on that? Okay.
No,
Jamel?
I'm sorry, Nick, I tried to unmute myself there. I still think we need some sort of a warning, whether it's a striping or what, but especially later in the evening, asphalt can look flat and it's not when you walk along it. So I'm still a little concerned about the safety there, because employees might decide, well, they're going to take a shortcut here or there. In the best of all possible wonderful worlds, the employees would always get out of their car, get on the sidewalk, walk to the, walk up the sidewalk and into the door. But we know that isn't going to always happen. So I do think we still need something there, whether it's reflective striping or a guardrail. I remain a little bit concerned there, and I think we need to tweak that.
Jennifer.
I'll just weigh in briefly by saying that, in addition to a 2-to-1 slope being a concern, as many others have raised for pedestrian, navigability, for lack of a better term, that's a slope that, I should think would be a concern to even just your vehicle traffic that will be coming in and out of there. So your ped people that are walking, you're hoping that they're sticking to the sidewalk area. But, for example, and the winter conditions is a good example. But, even your truck traffic coming in and out of there, or the one that caught my attention was, thinking about regular cars or trucks that have parked in your parking spaces, backing in and out of there. And so I think, you've heard some other good ideas. I'm sure, I've seen in other similar cases like this where you have a stepped loading area. A lot of times you'll see a retaining wall there. Obviously retaining walls are expensive, but certainly that would be one way of achieving that grade differential. And then, it would be, I do think some sort of vertical element here would be well suited for just what your general site operations are that you're looking at, be it a handrail or guardrail or something like that. Or you could even, consider some sort of material change, whatever that looks like. And then just quickly to add in, also appreciating the approach to narrowing up that driveway. And I think that, if you're willing to do that, you could probably, even look at shifting the opening that you are providing, even at 50 feet, to take a look at where does that 50 feet service these loading bays the best, with particular consideration to where this slope is. So for example, if your opening were shifted a little bit to the right here, for lack of a better reference term, right now where it's going to be a little bit off center, you are sort of encouraging people to drive over what would be the tail end of that transitional slope within the parking lot. That's all.
Thanks, Jennifer. And for what it's worth, I'm not going to try to engineer this for you, Sean. But I got to believe that you probably could remove a little bit of the material in that parking lot to get the slope to ease out a bit and just create some steps that gets you into the walkway and the front door. Just a thought. But I'll let you be the engineer.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and I think we heard you loud and clear. And again, we'll certainly, again, I'm comfortable in terms of, like you say, a vertical element, something along those lines. I'll work through staff to differentiate that, whether it's steps or something along those lines. But I'll be happy to get together with staff.
Well, I think that Jen had a great point there, that we could break up that slope area with a wooden guardrail and some crushed stone, and kind of bring that whole thing out. So then we're eliminating some asphalt as well as changing the terrain, so people notice it more easily than just it kind of dropping off as asphalt. I think it's a great idea.
All right. Jamel, are you holding anything we can review real quick?
Yeah, I've been trying to add some additional conditions, and we'll see what you guys think.
So, and board, well, Jamel, I'll just make sure the notes I had said, adjusting the slope, let the, the landscape aspects of the entryway, or, and then I also had something about 3000 K light fixtures. Although Rick, you might be able to correct me. Was that something that you thought would be needed here for the dark skies, or is that something where there are alternative lighting fixtures that could be proposed by the applicant to staff that would also meet what you were after there?
Well, I'm trying to meet uniformity within the entire area, and I do know dark sky. You cannot get dark sky fixtures at any color higher than 3000 K. So that's the reason for that.
Okay. Thanks, Rick.
So
All right.
here's what I came up with. You guys can, the red is the new language. So if you guys want to take a look real quick and offer any comments, I'm not a lighting expert, Rick, so please help me out if you can.
Jamel, I think I heard some agreement that G, perhaps we could put the reference to the guardrail and gravel slope or whatever that it seems as though that's agreeable. And I think that's a very good compromise and would create the measure of safety certainly that I was thinking of.
Okay.
You want to put in, where it says railing, don't you want to put "and" instead of "RA"?
I guess that's up to you guys. What are you looking for?
The railing didn't necessarily have to be hand railing, correct? That
Right.
there's guardrail possibly, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I heard and a gravel slope.
Okay.
Yeah, just what John mentioned.
Yeah, some sort of grading with gravel.
Yeah, I think the language there allows for it to be submitted and reviewed with planning. So I think we're pretty much in agreement here between the applicant and the board, what probably needs to happen.
Good. I can scroll to the top if you guys are ready.
I'm ready. All right, thank you, Jamel. I move to approve the site plan project titled Sure Express Facility as depicted on the plan set prepared by Sebago Technics dated 4/12/21 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings, the applicant is proposing to construct a 12,000 square foot one-story building that will house a custom crating, packaging, and shipping facility. The proposal also includes parking, landscaping, and truck loading areas. Project is located on Lot 12 of the Innovation District subdivision, as in within the Crossroads Plan Development CPT zoning district. Planning Board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan accurately addresses the site plan review, zoning ordinance, and the Innovation District regulating plan requirements for site utilization and layout, access, internal vehicular movement, parking, pedestrian ways, landscaping, stormwater management, lighting, architecture, signage, utilities, and storage. Waivers: 1, permit the proposed driveway separation of 30 feet along Dynamic Drive. Should that be 50, Jamel? Oh, I'm sorry, that's a separation between the butter, correct?
Correct. Yep.
Yep, thank you. Conditions: the planning board has determined the particular building can be occupied or use carried on with fewer parking spaces than required and has reduced the requirements for off-street parking in accordance with section 11.c in the zoning ordinance. Part of any change of use and or tenant on the site, the applicant shall provide written notice to the planning department for staff to determine whether the changes should be reviewed by the planning board. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall revise the plan set to include a narrower driveway along Dynamic Drive as discussed with the planning board, b, modified electric utilities as noted in the staff review memo dated 4/26/21, c, a new dumpster location that is at least 10 feet away from the proposed building, d, ensure all building mounted light fixtures are full cutoff, e, a plan note referring to the most recently recorded subdivision plan for the Innovation District subdivision. F, revisions to photometric plans to include additional lighting adjacent to the door at the northeast corner of the building, color levels of 3000 K, and a numeric summary of the lighting levels as discussed with the planning board. G, additional safety measures such as a stairway with a railing and a gravel slope related to the steep slope adjacent to the entrance/exit door along the western building elevation as discussed with the planning board. This should be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, pay the traffic impact fees, B, provide approval from the Portland Water District, C, provide approval from the Scarborough Sanitary District, D, address the remaining review comments in the traffic peer review memo from Traffic Solutions dated 4/21/21, E, coordinate with the police department in regards to addressing for the proposed building, F, coordinate with the fire department in regards to the location of the closest fire hydrant. A hydrant within the 100 feet of the fire department connection shall be required. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 4, prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall provide a final signage plan. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 5, prior to the start of a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, a copy of the modified Maine DOT traffic movement permit shall be submitted to the planning department. That's the motion. Is there a second? I have a second from Rick. Any discussion?
I can't unmute fast enough. Yeah, I second that, Chair.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor. Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. Show that 5-0. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you very much for your time tonight, folks.
Next item on tonight's agenda is M&R Holdings LLC requests a subdivision amendment review for the Phase 1 Mixed Residential District subdivision at the Downs, Assessors Map R52, Lot 4. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project is located in the first phase of the Scarborough Downs project, and they're looking to amend Lot 1 to include an area north of Gristmill Lane, relocate open space area 2 to an area north of Gristmill Lane, add a utility and maintenance easement adjacent to lots 5A and 5B, and create a new no disturb forested buffer within open space area 2. And staff reviewed the materials and doesn't have any further comments and did provide the board with a draft motion for your consideration.
Thank you very much. For the applicant, so Rocky.
Chairman, Dan Bacon,
Hey, Dan.
presentation. Good evening, board, and thanks, Jamal, for the introduction. I'm representing M&R Holdings and Carriage Walk LLC this evening. Drew Gagnon of Goral Palmer's with me, as well as Rocky Risbera. So as I think the board understands, this subdivision amendment is actually tied directly to the site plan amendment that's before the board as your next agenda item. And we received some correspondence and comments and questions from abutters, more directed at that agenda item. But I want to take a couple of minutes to answer some questions, respond to those comments with this agenda item. So firstly, a kind of bigger picture, and I have a plan up of the overall master plan of the Downs before we kind of jump into this amendment. But we wanted to kind of assure the planning board, but also residents of the project, that the development team has been working really hard as of late and is super committed to the downtown mixed use center in the project. In a time of duress, with the global pandemic, we've been kind of pushing through with our design approach, with our permitting. The pandemic has caused, obviously, like the commercial sectors that make up a downtown to pause, to slow down. But we're now at a point where we're thinking we're on the other side of that and have a lot of momentum in terms of kind of proceeding with the downtown. We're working right now closely with the downtown committee on more refined plans. We're close on state permitting. So bigger picture, we are still dedicated to the downtown and we're on track for that. We've just had a bump in the road over the past year or so that's slowed progress. So we wanted to speak to that. I know it's not directly related to this amendment. Secondly, on just sort of the mix of residential that we're proceeding with, I think as the board has seen, our goal has been and continues to be to have a good mix of residential development in the project. Each phase is focused on that, not just single family, not just apartments, but a good mix. It's also key for the project to be successful in terms of the downtown. So we need a certain amount of residential base and activity to activate the downtown and also to build the infrastructure to get to the downtown. So that's a key component. We haven't talked about it recently in the bigger picture, but wanted to mention that to the board and to residents that might be watching right now. More specifically in terms of this amendment, and let me jump to that. This amendment is to create a new lot that would benefit Carriage Walk Apartments located at the corner of Grist Mill Lane and the Downs Road, shown on the plan here. This amendment, M&R Holdings does have the legal right to create this lot and to use this as parking for the Carriage Walk site. There's been a couple questions about that, so we wanted to assure the board and go on the record that M&R Holdings and Carriage Walk LLC have the right to create this lot that's proposed through the subdivision amendment. And we've designed it, and you'll see in the next presentation, in a location that is far away from any abutters other than Carriage Walk, which is the apartment complex, as possible, really to minimize impacts on any residents that are within the Grist Mill neighborhood or the Mill Commons neighborhood. So it's an intentional location to locate this lot really right up against the Downs Road. So it has easy access in and out from the Downs Road and doesn't protrude at all into Grist Mill Lane and into the neighborhood. And I guess lastly, to kind of wrap up and turn it back to you, Mr. Chair, is another effect that we've kind of had with the pandemic is personal communication. So we haven't been able to have kind of meetings with, at least in person, with the neighborhood. We actually had one last week to talk about this aspect of the project, but also to get input from them on the downtown, on the future of the project, and update them on plans. So moving forward, we've established a commitment and a better process to have in-person communication. It was actually nice to have an in-person public meeting. We did it in a garage behind a house under construction on Front Runner, and look forward to doing that in the future. So that's one of the, I think, as we all experience, one of the drawbacks right now. But with that kind of larger introduction, I wanted to provide that context. I guess I'll turn it back to the board for questions, and we can get into more details with the next site plan item, which has more design aspects to consider.
Thank you, Dan. And at this moment, we have opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone here in attendance that wants to speak on this item, please use the raise my hand feature.
I'm not seeing any, Nick.
Seeing any either. So I will close public comments. Turn this over to the board. Any questions or comments from the board? Rachel.
Yeah, I just want to say that there seems to be on the part of some of the folks in the developments some confusion, and I appreciate your addressing it. I do recall when Grist Mill Commons and Carriage Walks first came to us, that you were clear that at some point that lot to the left of Grist Mill Lane there was going to be considered or going to be used for overflow parking. So this, as I recall, is not something that's just kind of come up brand new, but was contemplated from the beginning. And I also recall Rocky addressing us about reserving space for the fifth building of the Carriage Walk. So to the neighbors and the folks out there, this is not something that is brand new. It is a problem with the pandemic and a problem in communication flow, but this is something that has been contemplated for a while. So saying that, I have no objection to the amendment.
Thank you, Rachel. Anyone else?
I have a question for Dan. You mentioned that there's a certain amount of residential that's needed to activate the whole downtown project. Can you expand on that a little bit? I don't have the benefit of having been on the board to hear some of the stuff you may have said long ago, but maybe you could just give me a little bit more information so that I have a better understanding of what it's going to take for that to be initiated.
Sure, Russ. Thanks for the question. We also would love a chance to kind of update you big picture. That's not associated with any one application. So, bigger picture, I'd love a chance to kind of give you a download on where we've been with the project. But this plan is the current master plan, and all along, kind of from Route 1 working north. So on this plan, kind of right to left, we've been planning on primarily residential development. And that's key to kind of build a critical mass of activity, of people living within the project, really before there's in part the demand for businesses that want to locate within the center of the project and have confidence in that, confidence in opening a restaurant, a brew pub, opening a retail shop. So that's one kind of key component. There's not I wouldn't say there's a metric around this many units have to go in before the first commercial space is open, but there needs to be really kind of a critical mass. The other component of it is having development that pays for the infrastructure to get to the core. One of the biggest challenges with the project is how far the center of the project is in terms of infrastructure away from existing infrastructure. So residential development from the south is playing a key role in building the infrastructure to get to the center of the project. In the same kind of way, Innovation District up off of Payne Road is financing building infrastructure to get to the center from the north. So those, to not be too long-winded, those are kind of the key components, is development paying the way on infrastructure and also building kind of the population that will sustain some commercial development.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I understand that, and I appreciate what you're saying. I just wanted to flesh that out a little bit. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Russell. Roger?
Yeah, Dan, can you expand the screen that you have right now? It's only 67%. Can you? Okay. Now go down to where on that map there. Where is this additional parking going to be? Right there. And to the right of that are the carriage apartments right now. Now, this additional parking is primarily because of the next item on the agenda. Is that correct? And the next item on the agenda will be up in the, which would be like 1 o'clock on those, where those 4 apartments right there. How do you, maybe I should wait until the next item is on the agenda before I ask the next question then.
I think we'll probably answer your question. So you're going to review under site plan both the building design as well as the parking design. So both matters you'll look at under site plan in a minute. Yeah.
Well, I guess what I was getting at is you wouldn't need that parking spot there if you weren't going to have the other building, I assume.
Well, actually, we're building parking more than is needed just for the apartments to help relieve parking demand within Carriage Walk now, and also for folks that are visiting homeowners in Gristmill, because there's some parking that's on street out there. This plan helps better. There's some on-street parking here, Roger, that's shared, that can be used. Right now it's used entirely by apartment residents with relief, with some additional parking more than just the need for that 5th building. This parking can be utilized by guests that might be coming to visit folks in Gristmill. So we're trying to go above and beyond a bit with the parking so that it solves some kind of existing parking needs as well as accommodates that fifth building.
Okay, I guess I'll wait till the next item on the agenda to explore this more.
Jennifer?
First of all, I think this overall graphic that you presented, Dan, the sort of the rendered full scale wholesale master plan look at the property is really helpful. And if we already have that in material that's been submitted, I apologize. But if we don't, I think this is the type of thing that Roger alluded to as part of the last item that would just be really helpful in terms of bubbly numbers, kind of, you know, like you're showing, this is what's already in, this is what's in, you know, under construction, and this is what has yet to be realized. And so I say that you know, as a board member and on behalf of the board, but my goodness, if I was a resident here, I feel like this would also be just really helpful in terms of literally seeing what the longer term vision is. And trust me when I say I can fully appreciate the challenges in communication that you're talking about having to deal with the public of late. And so I never thought that I would miss going to in-person meetings or hosting in-person meetings, but I'm kind of happy to hear that you're able to have that FaceTime with some of the residents here already, because I do just think that's really important. And I do just have one other quick question about the plans that you submitted for this. Hold on, let me go back. Just to confirm, the last sheet in this set is actually a blow up version, yes, of lots 5A and 5B, is that right? And you're showing the changes to the easements in that area. It was a little bit hard for me to follow these plans in terms of what which ones go where. The orientation switches around a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure that that was, it's kind of a distinct shape, so I'm pretty sure that's it. But
Yep, 5A and 5B are actually the uplands. So that's down here. If you see my hand.
Yep.
So one of the uplands is under construction here. Phase 2 would be on 5A. 5B is under construction. The amendment before you on this matter is lot 1 here, which is right across Gristmill Lane from Carriage Walk Apartments right here. That's the amendment for the matter before you.
okay, good, got that part. The inclusion of so the boundary survey for the uplands was included as well, though, in our packets.
I can jump in real quick, Dan.
Sure.
So in addition to creating the additional lot for Carriage Walk Apartments, we did include a revised, as part of this revised subdivision set, revisions to the sewer easement on lot 5A. And the reason for that is during final design of that uplands lot, the sewer line was requested to be moved for a better angle into the main that cuts across there to Enterprise Drive. So with that, essentially it crossed over, not outside the property, but between the strip of land between what cross M&R holding zones and the upland zones. So we had to create kind of a skewed easement there. So that's what I believe you're referring to, Jennifer. That's why it was included.
Okay, thanks. That's pretty much what I thought, but I just wanted to make sure because I knew so much of the conversation was about the other lot ones. Thanks. That's all I have.
Sure.
Thanks, Jennifer. So from what I've heard, and I kind of want to stay topical here to what's in front of us, but I think in general, Dan, Rocky, and the board, and Jamel and Jay, I think what I'm hearing is it might be wise to kind of do a project update with our board one day. And because I think, the project is big enough to spend a decent amount of time on it. And I think it deserves the attention that we want to give it. perhaps we can work on a date and time to do an update regarding just the overall Downs project. Items that I'd, personally be interested in hearing is just where you kind of think you are, what your timetables look like, what does full build out mean? What does the build out timetable mean? How many units are we talking over what course of time? So I think there's a lot of information that, and I know some of that's pulling out a crystal ball, but at the same time, I think it'd be worthwhile if the board had some opportunities to kind of look at where this project is and where it's going, and spend some time just going over it and getting refamiliarized with the overall view of it, because we've been down in the details for multiple years now, and sometimes pulling back and getting that 30,000 foot view again is helpful. So perhaps staff and I can work on trying to pull together a date for that, if you're okay, Dan and Rocky, with doing that for us one day. Great. Any other questions on the proposal in front of us? Rick Meinking.
I just want to ask, with the overflow parking, does that facilitate better access for any trailheads or anything?
It provides access to the sidewalk. It's not directly connected to any trails, Rick. So
okay. All right.
Characterization. No.
All right. Thanks.
See any other questions? Jamel, do you have a motion for us?
I think Jay is going to actually share this one.
I move to approve the project titled Second Amended Subdivision Plan Development Area Number 1, proposed by M&R Holdings LLC, is depicted on the plan set prepared by Goral Palmer, dated 6/10/20, with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the proposed subdivision amendment includes A, the amendment of Lot 1 to include area north of Gristmill Lane, B, the relocation of open space area 2 to the area north of Gristmill Lane, C, the addition of a utility and maintenance easement adjacent to lots 5A and 5B, and D, the creation of a new no disturb forested buffer within open space area 2. Subdivision is located within the Crossroads Plan Development CPD zoning district and is further identified on the town of Scarborough tax maps as map U52 lot 4. Conditions: prior to the signing the release of the final plan, the applicant shall revise the plan to include A, an updated plan date, B, new parcel information for the parcel identified as lot 1 located on the North Gristmill Lane as noted in the staff review memo dated 4/5/21. Staff note, perhaps lot 1A. Okay. And number 2, the existing conditions from the September 17, 2018 Planning Board subdivision approval will remain in effect. It's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion on the board? All right. Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Rachel Hendrickson. Jennifer Ladd.
Yes.
Thank you. Rick Meinking.
Yes.
Roger Beely.
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. Sure, that is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on tonight's agenda is item number 7, Carriage Walk Apartments LLC requests a site plan amendment review for 3 Carriage Walk Lane, Assessors Map U52, Lot 1. Jamel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project's located in Lot 1 of the existing Phase 1 project that we were all just looking at. So the applicant's proposing to construct a 5th apartment building on the property, which will consist of 14 residential units. The proposal also includes a new parking area that we were just talking about on the last item, directly across Gristmill Lane from the existing development. So the site plan review ordinance does require parking areas to be screened by a variety of site elements to help separate the parking lot from the street. So staff has recommended the applicant provide additional plantings and buffering provisions between the proposed parking area and the public ways. And at this point, I'll ask Angela to talk about some comments related to the design of the parking area.
I'll try to be brief. There were just a couple of things I think we've talked about throughout Phase 1 during construction. A couple things about, and now we're actually incorporated into other subdivisions because of some of the lessons we've learned about really grading so close to surface pavement. So, and some undermining. So one of the comments was about giving us some breathing room, a little bit of buffer. So we don't end up losing pavement around the stormwater facility was one thing. Also about pushing snow into the facility. I know they have shown snow storage areas, which are great on paper, but obviously you have a big hole sitting there. That's where it's very easy to push snow. So we talked about putting up, even if it's just boulders or something in the way of some of those areas, as well as I think that one of the main issues that we talked about was constructability around the retaining walls. There's a pretty significant wetlands right along the back side of this parking area. And I know staff had conversations with Goral Palmer, specifically Drew and I talked about really is how we could kind of flip-flop things or different things. And I know this is kind of the layout that works because of a number of reasons. So I guess I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting of maybe trying to protect those wetlands as much as possible and seeing where they have small segments of retaining wall and then very steep slopes in between, and how that would work as far as parking so close to them for one thing, and not going over that edge, as well as just trying to figure out how you're going to construct that and not impact any of the wetlands more so. And so looking at it from the constructability standpoint in the field and what makes sense along that backside of the parking area.
Thanks, Angela. Jamel, you all set on your end?
Yes, I'm all set. Thanks.
Thanks. All right, Dan, floor is yours.
I'm going to turn it over to Drew Gagnon, who's going to lead the presentation for us.
So thank you, board and Dan. I'm going to quickly go through what we have proposed here tonight. So Drew Gagnon with Goral Palmer representing Carriage Walk Apartments LLC. Rocky Risbera is here with me, Dan Bacon, and our Margot Barajas from ALA, landscape engineer, architect, to help discuss any of the landscaping items that we have here. So I'll get to this plan right here, which was just up on the screen with the previous item that you guys were reviewing. So you can see that this is the Mill Village district. Downs Road's at the bottom. Route 1 is on the right-hand side of the screen. The two boxes are what's proposed here for this proposed development in front of you. We have the 5th carriage walk building right here and the associated parking lot that we were just discussing on the left-hand side here. So everything in this yellowish color is approved, designed, built, and occupied. So that kind of distinguishes a little bit of what we're adding in here. And then this is Tandem Court right here, which was recently approved and is under construction and about to be occupied too in the coming months here. I'm going to turn everyone 90 degrees here. So now Downs Road's on your left, and this is the Gristmill Lane subdivision. These are engineering plans now. So north is on the top end of the screen here. So these are Carriage Walk Apartments right here. Again, the 4 12-unit buildings that we have approved and constructed in, I think, late 2018. And like we mentioned previously on the last item, that this building and parking lot was always planned at this point. We have utility stubs that go underneath the parking, and it's been planned from a utility service standpoint to serve a building in this general area. I'm going to dive right into the actual building site plan aspect of it. So we have 7 one-bedroom apartments and 7 two-bedroom apartments proposed as part of this development. You can see that we're hugging right up against the existing sidewalk here. We're adding 3 spaces on the eastern side of this bank of parking right here, and then a 12-foot sidewalk / fire lane on this side. This was in coordination with the fire department that requests to be able to get their ladder truck a little closer to the edge of the building. And they were happy with this design, as well as adding a hydrant and moving the building as close to the sidewalk as we can, with still providing a little bit of outdoor space with the patios here on the front side. Going right to the parking lot on the north side of Gristmill Lane now. So I will get into the parking here, and we touched on it briefly in the last item and kind of stole my thunder on it, but we have approximately 32 parking spaces, including the 3 that I just showed on the previous page. So there's 29 space parking lot on this side. And backing up just a tad here, the existing complex has 86 parking spaces and they're required through the town ordinance is 85. So we're about one over. And as I was mentioned previously, it's a little tight out there right now in that people are parking on the Gristmill Lane on the parking spaces provided in the right of way. So to help alleviate that, we are adding an additional, I believe will be +8 on the parking count for this complex. So the hopes are that we will be reallocating some of the spaces so that, and I apologize for keep switching back and forth here, but we'll be reallocating spaces and assigning them so that the apartments on this end will have a closer walking distance to that, and then we'll reallocate them around so that they're not necessarily parking over here and walking all the way to there. And hopefully that additional 8 spaces will alleviate some of the on-street parking and some of the congestion that we're experiencing on that site right now. Backing up just a little bit, I'm just going to quickly go over utilities and stormwater, and then I'll dive into some of the town comments that Angela mentioned. So we have 2 biocells proposed, one on the left-hand side here and one on the right-hand side, and also a drip edge filter for the proposed building. All that outlets into this tributary wetland right here. For the parking lot, we have a grass under drain soil filter that fits nicely in the corner here and then outlets down and around to the existing catch basin on the site. Utility wise, it's just lighting for the parking lot on this side. And then over here, we have the sanitary sewer connection on the left-hand side and just utility stubs as well as electric on the other side. Relatively simple. Laid right out there for us, just hooking up to them as they've been planned before. We are asking for 2 waivers tonight. One is the drive aisle width being reduced from town standard of 25 to 24 feet. That helps us get away from the wetland by a little bit and also reduce the impervious on site. Still while providing adequate 2-way traffic and backing out of the parking spaces. In addition to that, we're asking for 2 entrances on this parking lot. So one of the main reasons that we want to do it is that in conjunction with the fire department, they like this idea of having a separate connection through Gristmill Lane other than just this intersection. So if anything were to happen, an accident, tree down in this intersection, there is a second way into the whole subdivision for emergency services. So that's one of the nice parts of this second entrance. And in addition to that, we're alleviating traffic on Gristmill Lane. So this proposed 14 units only adding about, I think, 9 p.m. trips to this entire development, which is like 8% of the entire Gristmill Lane subdivision. So it's very minimal. And the addition of this second one entrance up here will help, everyone going north on Downs Road is going to take this entrance. So we can alleviate where the people will be walking down Gristmill Lane between the 2 apartment buildings. So that was where the other attention with it. This is the landscape plan. So this is a little different than what you guys have seen in your package. So we've added a couple more trees and shrubs and varying height a little bit in order to try to address the comment of, because the parking is close to the road, that we're trying to really screen that from Gristmill and Downs Road. So Margot can get into it a little bit more if we want to discuss that some more, but we have added some additional plantings along here wherever we can fit them. It's relatively tight, but we're happy to try to shift some things a little bit to add as much planting there as we can so that we can work with the town on exactly what they're looking for in that. But so we have added some and we're making an effort to do that. So real quick, this is the proposed buildings. They look exactly like the ones that are out there right now. They're vinyl white siding. You can see we have 2 basement units. So they're exactly like the existing buildings where there's 3 stories and 4 units per floor, and we're getting an additional 2 units on the bottom of the building. The slope really falls off that parking lot. So this basement dwelling units are actually on the backhand side. And let me go back real quick to show. So the 2 basement units will be right here. We're proposing retaining walls along where the sidewalks are. And what that is allows the windows all on this bottom floor here, and as well as the patio. So it'd be a daylight basement. So that's where we get the 14 units. So it's 3 stories and it's really 4 stories on this side, but one's a basement that's daylighted out to the because of the grade change. So other than that, the buildings are exactly same as what's in there for the original complex. And then as far as the stormwater grading question goes, we are happy to provide a 2-foot shoulder wherever we can. Basically, I totally agree that that makes sense and it's lessons learned. So we can shift the soil filter ever so slightly to provide it. I think we almost had it already. Some of the grading contours might have kind of shown it diving off a little bit more than intended. So we're going to provide some notes and some spot grades along there as recommended in the town comments in order to make sure that we're providing enough shoulder there to make sure that, you know, nothing gets undermined in the future. In addition, where we're not showing snow storage, I think it does make sense to provide some landscaping boulders or connect the guardrails like it was mentioned along here and possibly a couple boulders right there. So we're happy to do that. And we understand that wherever we show, the snow storage doesn't necessarily get there as much as we try. So we will try to do that by physical means, which I think is a great comment. In addition, I want to chat real quick about the retaining walls. So typically on a lot of these projects, we've been doing the small block retaining walls. And what we're doing on this one is they're precast concrete blocks. They're a little bit larger and they kind of look like Legos a little bit. They're about 6 feet long by 2 by 2. And contractors actually prefer them because they can kind of move them around. They don't need to, they can move them around and drop them right in there. So what we did is we designed these little segmented retaining walls in lengths of 6 in order to try to ease the construction there so that we put, you know, if this is a 12-foot retaining wall, we put 2 down and then they make the large block halves on top. So we kind of stagger them a little bit. These retaining walls aren't very high. They're maybe 2 to 4 feet, most of them. So we're looking at 2 to 3 stacks of these concrete blocks. We have worked with this in conjunction with the construction team that will be building it, and they like this idea and they're comfortable with it, and they do believe this is the simplest way to be able to connect to achieve the slope we need and the grade change we need from the parking lot to the wetland. Additional measures, we can certainly connect some of them for maybe at least the bottom row and then tie the slope in, and that might help some of the 2-foot shoulder as well. So we're happy to look at that a little bit more, but the type of retaining walls we are using here were vetted out with the construction team, and they are on support of that. And last thing I did want to touch on real quick is some of the buffering to the residential neighborhood. So this plan right here, and I'll zoom in a little bit, you can see a really light gray line. That's the existing tree line out there today. So it's pretty far back from the actual sidewalk. That's due to the slope change. This old line right here is the proposed tree line. So we're moving it back about 60 feet, but you can see that because of the 75-foot stream setback, we are providing and leaving a lot of the vegetation in place. So some of these numbers right here are to the existing vegetation, not necessarily just to the next development, but just what is to remain from the existing vegetation in there. So we are leaving quite a robust buffer between the residents of Mill Commons and Gristmill Lane, and same thing with the parking lot. So back to Dan's point, we wanted to kind of get it away and not put it closer into the subdivision. So we've left it on Downs Road, and we've hugged it as close as we can to the road while leaving 110 feet from here to the closest tree line on the other side. That's really all I had. I'll turn it back to the board. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Drew. Appreciate it. We have opportunity for public comment tonight. If you're here on this issue and like to speak, please use the raise my hand feature. We'll allow you to speak. All right. I don't see any this time. I'll turn it over to the board. Jen, you want to start?
Sure. First of all, I have an engineering question I'd like to get out of the way. I noticed the inclusion of the rain guardian foxhole treatment, and I was curious if you've used that elsewhere on the Downs yet or not. I think I heard there was one somewhere.
Yeah, we did. So we actually used it. It's right adjacent to the Carriage Walk Apartments. It's on the Downs Road. It's actually just south of the southern building right now. So we used that to go underneath the sidewalk where we needed to get to a focal point that was on the other side of it. And I think it worked pretty well. And so So we're proposing to use it for basically the same, basically a little land bridge essentially to get from the sidewalk in the parking lot down to the Carriage Walk Apartments complex.
Cool. I'm gonna have to make a field trip to check that out. Thanks. Aside from that, hold on, let me pull up my notes here. Okay, first of all, I think the plans, so I heard you in your presentation talk about 7 and 7, so 14 units proposed in the building. At least on one plan that I saw, they were called out as 6 and 6. And so just, you might just want to make sure that those are consistent. I think all the other math works out that you're actually using and proposing 7. But that was a question that I had pop up. And then a couple questions about the parking lot proposed. I'm curious if you had looked at a one-way flow for this parking lot, and I say that having heard you explain the advantage to this area for secondary emergency access into this neighborhood, but you know, I'm just curious about it given the particular space constraints with regard to the retaining walls and the grading needed around those, and an understanding that if emergency personnel or vehicles need to get in somewhere, they're going to get in. And so I was just curious if you had looked at that and whether or not you had any sense for what type of space that might provide, additional space that might provide you for some of those areas that are constrained.
Yeah, so we did. We went through a couple different renderings of what the parking lot wanted to be. And that was one of our thoughts, was a one-way. So with that, you know, we would be able to shrink in the drive aisle a little bit. I think down to, I think it's 16 feet, or is the town ordinance. I can't remember if that's correct. I think Angela is shaking her head yes, so I think I got that right. One of the things that does is that does hinder the fire truck movement a little bit just because it is tight through there. So that was one of the reasons, well, okay, if one of the benefits of one way is we can shrink the drive aisle down. But now our kind of whole plan of being allowed emergency access kind of is getting a little tougher to meet. We might have to expand it in some areas. In addition to that, we can actually get more spaces with the double loaded traditional 90-degree parking than the one way. So the one way we have to skew 60 degrees, or some of them I think are 50 degrees from the drive aisle, and just that extra length we needed to get that pulled in from, I guess, on the other side of the parking stripe. We didn't get as many. And in an attempt to try to relieve some of the congestion out there today, that was our intent. So we wanted to try to fit as many as we possibly could in there. 90 degree gave us, I believe, 2 or 3 more spaces.
Gotcha. That's what I thought you'd say. Okay. And I was wondering also if you could elaborate a little bit more under this item. Dan sort of touched on it previously for the subdivision amendment. Any type of public outreach that you may have done with the neighborhood here, given, you know, I spent a lot of time making sure I read through every one of the emails that we received from the neighborhood on this. And so I was just curious, what, if any, other dialogue you have had with them.
So as Dan mentioned, we met with them, I believe it was last Thursday, outside in one of the garages on the next residential phase, and kind of went over what Dan presented earlier, which was the overall master plan, as well as this development specifically. And we just kind of went over, you know, what we're doing, why we're adding the parking lot, why we want it here to help alleviate some of the congestion on site, and as well as the building being there and having all the utility stubs and, you know, having it planned there from the start. And just wanted to reinforce that, you know, we're certainly happy to work with everyone involved in this. But yeah, so we did have a meeting with them last week, and we continue, I think, as Dan mentioned, we're continuing every couple of months that we want to meet with all the associations on the project and really get their input and keep them up to date on what's going to be moving forward on the downs.
Okay, great. That sounds helpful. And then I guess my last two questions or comments are kind of a little more overarching, but I'm still just really interested, and I know you're going to say that you're still waiting for your TMP from the state, but you know, I feel like at one point we had talked about maybe getting a little bit of an update on things like, you know, any traffic demand management techniques that you may be planning on, not necessarily just for this development, but for, you know, as you continue to build out the master plan. And the reason that I bring that up again is for a couple of reasons. One, I feel like there were a lot of really common sentiments that we heard through the public, you know, the public correspondence that was received on this item. Things like, you know, people worried about traffic, worried about speeding cars, worried about people parking on the street, or how that's going to impact their ability to feel comfortable walking and biking safely in the neighborhood that they're already living in addition to, you know, a number of nods to a desire to live here because of the, you know, multi-use development and the live, work, play idea. And so I think that's why I commented earlier about the, you know, the graphic that you have that kind of speaks to the overall vision. You know, anyone that works in the construction or development industry recognizes that, you know, a year isn't actually a long period of time for some of this, and then go ahead and throw, you know, the current circumstances that we're all working in the middle of that, and your, you know, whatever time frame you thought you were working on has now just been who even knows what. But putting myself in someone else's shoes as a resident or a homeowner, a year could feel like a long time, and to see a bunch of work happening, but then, you know, just a bunch more residential units coming online, I can see how there's concern about what, you know, what that might be leading to or not leading to. And so I'm glad to hear that you're reaching out and that you're continued to be committed to that type of dialogue with the neighborhood. But, you know, I do think that there are concerns. So you made reference to the small number of trips that this particular building will add to the overall percentage. But I think, again, you know, for those folks that are now living here, this is like the Downs is someone's home now. There's people living here, and these are their concerns, and they're actually really similar concerns to what we hear from a lot of our other neighborhood developments. People don't want people driving fast through their neighborhood. They want their kids to be able to play outside, and not, you know, not be run over. That's a bit harsh, but I think that's the concern. And so, you know, there are so many elements here that are really ripe for, in my opinion, for, you know, more transit use, trails, open space, green space, all of those other amenities that I think are something that make this project really special and desirable. And I think that the comments, and I'm sure that you've been copied on them, that have come in from the public, but you know, it's the things that they're asking for and concerned about losing are also the same things that you have, you know, that I know that you know are special to this project. And so I guess just, you know, I'm just trying to speak up on their behalf and reemphasize how important those really are to the people whose homes are here now. And that, you know, in terms of building and constructing apartment buildings and homes and all the other things that are going in right now, you know, what you're hearing is proof of your concept that it's working, because these people are asking for trails, they're asking for safe places to walk and bike, and they're asking for mixed use development. So I know that you have a lot of things in the works, a lot of those things we know about, a lot of those things are, you know, just probably on the verge of happening or picking up again after having been set down for a little while. And so, you know, I'm excited to hear that we can potentially look forward to maybe another workshop type format where the board can be, you know, updated on the other things that you're working on, because I know that you're working on those. But again, because I know there are other people in attendance here who are residents or who are concerned about kind of what's the next step here, and where is the how far away are we from the type of home really that they bought into, I guess. And all that comes along with the placemaking, the traffic, the open space, all of those types of things. So sorry, that's a little bit long-winded, but I, you know, I think that I think that those elements are really so very important to these types of projects, and you have a lot of potential for those, and a lot of those coming online. And so I assume the rest of the board will just continue to look forward to hearing updates on those.
I can quickly speak to a few of those items. To your point, Jen, about and Nick, a workshop. We are actually on the cusp of our traffic movement permit that we've been working on for quite some time. That has kind of very clear mitigation expectations around a lot of what you're talking about, including sidewalk connections along Route 1 to over to Sawyer Road, particularly on this end of the project, to kind of complete some of these things that have been talked about, as well as seed money for more transit planning that we've been ready for a while, and GPCOG is kind of now catching up with us, frankly, on etc. So definitely agree and think a workshop can kind of really bring everybody back up to speed. We've been kind of nose down, kind of working through those things that haven't been in front of the board because you've been looking at individual sites. And that would be a good component to that update. And I think by the time we're able to do that, we'll have really clear timelines and things that will be implemented.
Thanks, Dan. Rachel?
Sure. As I said at the last item, I do recall this coming before us. I do recall you discussing it. It seems that people who moved into the duplexes perhaps were not aware, whether they were told about it by their real estate agent or not. That's always kind of a buyer beware, unfortunately, if folks aren't clear what's going to come in near them. And I think some of that is, as you can see, is kind of spilling over into their concerns here. I have a comment about the building. You know, viewed from the front, it looks very much like all of the rest of Carriage Walk Apartments. But viewed from the vision of the condos, it's a 4-story, large, bulky building. And I think whatever you can do in terms of additional screening in the back, if there's any space for that, please make an effort to do that so that the people in those condos at least have a ground floor or the basement area screened. So they're really looking, instead of at a 4-story building, they're looking at a 3-story building. Again, you know, from your perspective and from the perspective of the people in the apartments, everything is fine. It's just the same as everything else. But from the different perspective, it's just a giant building. So I would urge you to take a look at that. I have a question. I want to go back to the concept of the one-way driveway into the overflow parking lot. I guess just a psychological observation about how people react. If there's a problem with parking at Tandem Court, you know people are going to look up and down the street and say, oh, there's a parking lot right here and I can go into it from Scarborough Downs Road. And that's exactly what some people are going to do. So in terms of overflow parking for the gristmill district, it's likely that there are times that it's going to be taken up by the visitors to Tandem Court. A one-way parking lot still allows the two entrances that the fire folks can use, but also has a do not enter on Scarborough Downs Road. And that tells the people at Tandem Court that they've got to kind of look someplace else. So I would ask you to take a look at that again, and see if there is some way that you can say this parking is only for the gristmill residents and staff. I do have a question, and that is, when you were done with the meeting with the residents that you had, what were their remaining concerns? What did you have the sense that they weren't satisfied with, or that they still had issues with?
Well, I think they were really appreciative of the entire overview of the Downs. I think they really enjoyed. I don't really want to speak for them, but I think they appreciated kind of the brainstorming, and we want their ideas as they're part of this development going forward, and we really wanted to express that to them. So I think that was the big takeaway from it, and I think they understood where we were coming from at least our development on this standpoint. I don't know if Dan has anything to add to that.
I would agree with that. In terms of concerns beyond, or maybe in addition to the letters you received, I think, we reviewed the parking lot and talked through access to the parking lot and kind of pros and cons of some of the things the board's talking about. If it was one way, would that be better or worse in terms of impact to gristmill? And we kind of talked through the design of having the true driveways and the benefit of that, so that a certain amount of traffic comes out on the Downs Road and can distribute traffic. But I think parking in general, within the first phase is a concern. It's because, we're not over the off-street parking requirement. We're kind of right at it, and that, so the guest parking situation quickly can become an issue. I think, Rocky, you're trying to say something as well.
I wasn't going to cut you off, Dan. I just wanted to get my chance. I just wanted to address a couple of things that Rachel has brought up. The parking situation, the new lot is going to be solely for Carriage Walk Apartments. It's not for anybody else's use. But the fact that we now have that, and we've got some relief within Carriage Walk, should relieve a lot of the gristmill on-street parking that's currently being taken up by people that live in the apartments. So we think that's going to make it better for the folks that live in the single-family houses on gristmill. As far as the one way, my understanding was the biggest concern the gristmill folks had was they didn't want to have additional traffic turning onto gristmill. So I think, the way most people are going to live with and use this parking lot is they'll use the Downs Road access in and out. I think the actual use of the gristmill side will be a lot less once people figure out, where to park and how to park. We're going to reassign all the parking within that Carriage Walk neighborhood, so that people in the new building aren't walking all the way to the new parking spot. So they'll all get rejiggered, and it'll all make sense. People will be as close. Everybody wants to be right at the unit, but we'll get them as close as we can and do the best that we can with that. I also wanted to just address the visual distance between the duplexes and the new building. And you're right, on the lower side, it is 4 stories. But it's about 158 feet away through the woods is where that building sits. And I think grade wise, and Drew can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't have grades on this plan, but I'm kind of just guessing, but I believe the grade level of the duplexes is actually almost a story above the lower story of the apartment building. So you're looking at like the second floor on that side of the building. If you whatever you can see through that 150 feet of woods, you'll see like the second floor of that building from the duplex side. So I don't feel like it's going to be a massive wall. I think we definitely can look at what I would suggest is, we'll have Margot take a look once we get the building in and see if we have any holes in the wood line and if we should be plugging some evergreen in or something like that to try to block. This project was heavily cut before we ever bought it. And so there are some holes, from past cutting, but I think that we can block some of that and help soften that blow. So those were the couple things I wanted to touch on.
Thank you. Are you going to put signage at the parking lot exit or entrance on the Downs Road so that it's very clear that that parking is for the Gressville district only?
It will be clear that it will be carriage walk parking. Yeah.
Okay. And you concur that the people at the meeting, the people were relatively satisfied and understood what was happening? Were there any issues left hanging that we should look at right now?
I actually did not attend the meeting. I got a good download from Ron and Drew and Dan, who did attend. I think people were generally satisfied. I think, communication has been an issue. We had a big party planned for last summer where we were going to invite everybody at the Downs, all of the businesses, all of the homes, all of the apartments, everything that we had done. We were going to have a big block party, and we lost that due to COVID. We're still hoping we're going to do it. Maybe there'll be a fall party, hopefully this year. And I think that at those, we typically do that with our apartment complexes, and then we can have our renderings, and it'll help with the Downs. I think that definitely came out of the meeting, and it's a step in the right direction. But I think other than that, I think that people understand. I think they did understand that the Downs is an evolving project. We've got a lot of moving parts. We're moving as quickly through it as we can. I know everybody wants the downtown. We're not there yet. We're heading in the right direction. But what we've done and what through our attorneys have kept all of our rights, so that as we move through the project, if we need to move a line, or we need to add land or subtract land from open space, as long as we're kind of keeping things fair, we've got every right to do that. And so that's something that I'm not sure everybody fully understood, that because I don't think that people really read all of their homeowner documents. But I do think that did come out of those meetings with the board of directors and the people that attended. So I think that was a positive thing. So.
Right, thank you. No more questions.
Thanks, Rachel. Roger?
Yes, I have no reason to believe that what you're going to build here won't be, good quality stuff, and the landscaping will be fine and everything like that. And I guess I need clarification. Maybe I missed this, but was this building or this site projected to be a site previously somewhere and I just didn't see it? Or was always on some master plan somewhere?
It was originally on the master plan. The parking lot was never shown on a master plan, but we had talked about it. I think Drew's actually got some of the earlier master plans in his slide deck that he might be able to bring up. But originally we had planned on 5 buildings. And what happened is, as we were going through the approval process, we came up upon some thresholds. If I remember right, it was a DEP threshold. And so we had to postpone the 5th building at Carriage Walk. And we're just now we've got our DEP approval, or we're on we've got a DEP approval. So we're moving forward with that 5th building. But here's some of the earlier master plans. Now, if you look very closely, you'll see phase 1 didn't exactly come out the way it's drawn. But you will see that there are 5 buildings with that with that carriage walk on both of those earlier master plans. So again, it's an evolving process, but we certainly did plan on it.
Okay, because, I mean, as I think Jen alluded to, we've had some issues with some of the other developed neighborhoods. And a lot of it has to do with communications, and based on the letters that we received, at least the way I interpreted the letters, these people, especially in the duplexes, purchased their units expecting a certain amount of green space, but apparently they should have been aware that this was a potential site for an apartment building in the future. Is that, do I have that understood correctly?
I think you do. Yeah, we never showed that as open space.
And I do, I'm pleased that you had a meeting with the people in the duplexes. I hope we don't hear anything from them that they're disappointed. Disappointed towards what we're doing, because based on what the evidence is showing me right now is that building, has you have every right to put that building there. I was pleased to hear you say, Rocky, that you'd fill in any gaps where there might be gaps in the woods and things such as that. I was going to ask about the existing tree line versus the relocated tree line that I think Drew mentioned. Are they tall, mature trees at the existing tree line now, where they have a canopy, but they're just bare trunks, or is it pine, or what's in there right now?
Yeah, it's a lot of pine. But I think you have it right. A lot of them are tall, and there's some, smaller stuff. Honestly, it's like a typical Maine woods. It really is. So
the people who live in the duplexes right now, can they see the existing carriage apartments?
I think portions that, Rocky mentioned before we got here, there's some gaps, if you will, along here. So I think there are portions that you can see some of it real kind of thin, but overall right here, it seemed pretty good. And like Rocky mentioned, we're happy to field locate. It's tough to put it on a plan because it's tough to kind of have every single tree shown, but we're happy to field locate additional plantings where necessary. I know Margot can spec some taller trees too because of the grade change there. So that can help as well. But I think between the two of that, we're going to have a nice buffer there.
It's we've been focusing, or at least the letters were primarily from the people who live in the duplexes, but I would imagine the people who are renting the apartments, especially the apartments closer to Chris Mill Lane, I would think you might have a little bit of a problem with those renters now potentially having to park across the street. They rented there with the expectation they'd be renting, they'd be parking right next to their units, so have you heard from any of them?
We have not heard directly from any of the tenants, no.
Okay. I hate to bring it up then, Rocky.
Well, I mean, I don't like it either, but the rental market's pretty tight. If they want to go somewhere else, I guess they could do that too. I mean, I don't think what we're proposing is all that bad. This reshuffling, it's just going to alleviate the tightness of parking, and I think people are going to welcome it. I really do.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I have no reason to believe the building and the landscaping and everything will fit in nicely with the whole neighborhood there. My primary concern was the statements of the letters. Almost, it seemed like every single one was not expecting that there would be anything there, and but based on what you're showing us tonight, that building was potentially always going to be there. So I don't really have any further, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Roger. Anyone else from the board have any questions or comments that haven't been covered yet? Rick?
I have two. And it's probably coming as no surprise, but here we go, adding a lot more parking spots, creating a nice neighborhood. And I wasn't part of the board back when the first bunch of land was developed, but I don't see anywhere on the plans of any car chargers or anything like that. And, you know, to do something now and shoot yourself in the foot, that's your call, but it's frustrating to know that, you know, we're just adding more parking spots and we're not doing anything to try to make things, you know, get ready for the future. So I'll leave it at that. My colleagues did very well on communications and everything. And just one more thing, the 4-story building now, you're going to have to build it based on a commercial building and the codes that are involved in in a commercial building, because this is now 4 stories. And that could add a level of complexity that you might want to reconsider. And so I'll just throw that out because you're 4 stories, you're greater than 3 stories above grade. That building will have to be looked at as a commercial building. Those are my inputs, Mr. Chair.
I can
Thanks,
speak
Rick.
to the car charger if I could. And Rick, we actually we did install actually 4 car chargers in Carriage Walk. So in the existing parking lot.
In the current?
Yeah. So we were
Super.
channeling you before you were on the board and included those.
Happy to hear that, Dan.
I can't speak to the commercial building expectations, but I wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
I appreciate that. It's just a good thing to be doing. You're going to have tenants there that are going to want to live there, but they can't because they don't have a vehicle that they can take care of.
Thanks, Rick. Any other board members with anything we haven't covered quite yet? No? Okay. I don't know, Jamel, did we have anything prepared on this?
We did. I think Jay has been working on some additional conditions based on discussions. I think he's going to share his screen. There it is.
Yeah, I've been trying to capture a few of the additional comments based on the earlier discussion, particularly when it comes around, the protection of the stormwater BMPs and the steep slopes and the like.
We've got language in there addressing, some of the Angela's comments at the start of this.
Yep.
Great. Okay, well, I'll give it a go here. See what happens. I move to approve the site plan amendment project titled Carriage Walk Apartments Expansion as depicted on the plan set prepared by Goral Palmer dated 3/12/21 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. Findings: the applicant is proposing to construct a 3,923 square foot, 3-story, 14-unit residential apartment building with associated utilities, landscaping, and parking within the southern portion of the lot. The proposal also includes a new 31-space parking area located on the amended portion of Lot 1, located directly to the north of Grist Mill Lane from the existing development. Property is located on Lot 1 within the Phase 1 Mixed Residential District at the Downs. Project is located within the Crossroads Plan Development CPD zoning district and is further identified on the town's assessor's map as map U52 Lot 1. Planning Board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan adequately addresses the development and design standards for the Phase 1 Mixed Residential District site plan review and zoning ordinance requirements for site utilization and layout, access, internal vehicular movement, parking, pedestrian ways, landscaping, stormwater management, lighting, architecture, signage, utilities, and storage. The site plan review standards adequately addresses the review criteria in accordance with Title 30-A, Section 4402, subsection 6, with respect to the municipal review authority. Waivers: 1, permit the full two full-service driveways for the proposed parking area. 2, permit the 24-foot wide parking aisle width. Conditions: prior to the issuance of a building permit, the plan set shall be revised to include A, additional plantings and buffering provisions between the proposed parking area and Scarborough Downs Road / Grist Mill Lane as discussed with the planning board. B, identify the proposed benches on the plans. C, a bike rack adjacent to the proposed building. D, a modified photometrics plan resulting in no lighting spillover onto the adjacent property. E, ensure a 2-foot wide shoulder that is maintained along the edge of the pavement. F, add guardrail adjacent to steep slopes. G, add boulders or equivalent in area adjacent to stormwater BMPs, easterly steep slopes, and the retaining walls abutting wetlands. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, provide approval by the Portland Water District. B, provide approval by the Scarborough Sanitary District. C, pay the traffic impact fees. D, pay the recreation contribution fees. E, coordinate with the police department in regards to addressing the apartment buildings. F, address the remaining comments of the Woodard and Curran civil peer review. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the start of construction, the applicant shall install construction fencing to define the limit of disturbance and mitigate potential impacts on significant wetlands. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. Prior to the issuance of a sign permit, the applicant shall submit a signage plan for review. 5, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 6, prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, copy of the modified main DOT traffic movement permit shall be submitted to the planning department. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Is there discussion on this? Rachel?
Yeah, I believe we had a discussion about additional plantings to fill in. I don't know how that can be exactly worded because it kind of needs to have the building built to see that, to see where it's needed. But the applicant did seem to agree that that would happen.
Would that be, am I muted? No, I'm unmuted.
No,
What side,
you're
what,
unmuted.
what side of the building would that be? Would that be the easterly, northerly?
It'd be the southerly.
Southern, yeah.
Okay, if I kept going, I would have got there, I suppose.
You only had 4 choices. You were on 3. That works.
Any other discussion?
If board so inclined.
Rachel, do you want to make a motion to amend?
I do make a motion to amend it to include the phrase, I can find this, identify H, conditions 1H, identify location for additional landscaping on the southerly side of the building.
Do I have a second for that?
Okay.
I have a second. Discussion on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, I'll call roll. Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd. I think that was a yes, right? Right, Jennifer? Nick McGee, yes. All right. So the amendment passes as unanimous. Next on to the amended motion. We have any further discussion on the amended motion? Motion as amended. Sorry. All right, seeing none, I'll call all in favor. Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. Sure that is 5-0. Congratulations. Thank you. Good luck. We're going to take a 5 to 7 minute break. Want to flip off your cameras, and when you're back online, just kind of start the video up for me again, okay? So I know. Just wait for Roger real quick. All right, there he is. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Start in with item number 8 this evening. Firehouse Ventures LLC requests a site plan review for 246 US Route 1, Assessor's Map U43, Lot 66. Jamel. You're on mute, Jamel, or we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry about that. So this project's in the TDC zoning district, as you may recall, this former town public safety building, property located along Route 1 in the Oak County neighborhood. The applicant's proposing to construct a 7,581 square foot, three-story building consisting of 31 apartments for affordable senior housing. The apartment building is part of a mixed-use development at the former Municipal Public Safety Complex, which was actually granted site plan approval by the board at your last meeting. And a condition of approval for the project required site plan approval for the building before you this evening. So the applicant did provide additional architectural materials for the proposed apartment building. These materials include a narrative and plans about describing how the proposed design meets the intent of the town's commercial design standards. So the board should be sure to provide direction to the applicant and staff tonight in regards to your comfort to the building design. And finally, the applicant's formally requesting growth permits from the reserve pool. The board did support this at the last meeting. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are understanding that all of the permits for the apartment building will be coming or proposed to come from the reserve pool. And staff did provide the board with a draft motion this evening for your consideration, and that was sent before the meeting. Thanks. Back to you.
Thanks, Jamel. Jesse or Sam?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. So yeah, thank you, Planning Board, for hearing us again, and we're really excited to be back here. And we, let's see, we've got a presentation tonight, and also we do thank you for your. We had some struggles getting a material sample board to Town Hall. We'll admit, we hear a few of you managed to get over. We thank you for your patience. It has been a bit of a struggle doing physical samples in the COVID era. We apologize for not getting sooner, but some supplier issues and no one's at the office, and it's far harder than it should have been. So I even have samples with me, but that doesn't, I can talk about material samples as well. We're trying to do this as best we can. But I think the most important thing is, I think not all board members were here at the last meeting, so we want to make sure we review in some detail so that everyone can see all the same information. Jamel, I think we have presentation ready. Do you have it? Or do I share my screen?
I think you can share your screen if you're able to.
Okay, absolutely. Let's see, where is this? All right. Okay, here we go. And is that working for everyone? Thumbs up. Okay. So we are here to discuss Firehouse Commons, which is the Avesta building that we're proposing for the rear corner of the lot here. And we went through site plan review last week, but we have provided a bunch of additional information, and we wanted to really focus on the building itself at the meeting tonight and talk through that in adequate detail. For folks who have seen this before, this is the building we're here to talk about, the Avesta building. Currently the front firehouse, as most fire stations people know, is proposed to be a Rosemont and Harbor Fish. So this is really coming together as a new commercial town center. The redevelopment of the public safety building is really moving forward successfully. There's some tenants proposed for the public safety building as well. We talked a lot about circulation and traffic last time, but I think the main piece is that we have, as we discussed before, we've looked at several locations for this building, but we felt like this was the good location if you were living here, that you are off of Route 1 where it's noisy with lots of traffic. But we've been able to place the building so that the entrance is still visible from Route 1. It connects through internal routes to the commercial center. You can get to sidewalks along the side of the street. But I didn't want to dwell too much on the site plan because we went over that at the last meeting in some great detail. But just to make sure that all board members could see it, that's the technical site plan. Here's the floor plan, the ground floor plan of the building. Again, the main entrance is here. It has a recessed entry with some contrasting materials. We've got benches in front. There is a nice green space in front of the building where if you live here, you can gather. South is to the right. So the south sun is to the side. But the building entrance is here. We've got ground level exits. We have a series of apartments, 9 on the ground floor. They're all 1-bedrooms and studios for the most part. This is an affordable building, so I think
it's the median income calculations are a little complex, but you can't make more than $42,000 a year here to live here, which is a amount of money that a lot of people that's a income that it's very, very hard to find housing in Scarborough at the moment. So it's going to provide a great option for folks. The lobby is right off the entrance here. There is a small bike room. There is an office if you're leasing an apartment where Avesta employees will come. There is a toilet off the main room. There is a trash facility that is exterior to the building in a screen location that looks as if it's part of the building, but so residents can bring their trash to this facility. It's controlled, screened, safe from odors. There is 2 staircases up. The upper floor has 10 apartments on the upper floor, and there's windows at the end of all the quarters, so there's light in the quarters, and it should be a really nice place to live. We got views out on all sides, but the upper 2 floors have the same floor plan, and it's nicely tucked into this corner of the lot with sun and light on all sides. We think that this building could probably be the first net zero apartment building in Scarborough, and so we have the capacity here to have about 270 solar panels on the roof of this building that, if all goes well and we build a very efficient building, could even export electricity and help offset some of the other buildings on site. But this is one of our major goals, is to make this as sustainable building as we can. Avesta is very, very careful about their operating costs. They own these buildings for decades and decades. And so the operating cost is what leads to permanent affordability. And so this is one of the main design factors, and it led to making sure that we had as much roof as we could pointed to the south, and give this building while also not making it too tall. And so that's one of the major design factors. For those who were able, we have a photograph of our material sample board, which is we would love to be able to hand this to the board and be in person, and maybe in a little bit we'll be able to get there. But this is a photograph of our material palette, and the terracotta material on the right is a boral. It's a very, very durable composite material, and it's in a channel siding, so it has a board and batten appearance. And this is the majority of the ground floor. At the entrance, we have an eastern white cedar with a subtle stain on it. So it's got a touch of color to it, a little bit of gray. I don't know, it's like I can show it to the camera, but it's kind of hard to see. But and so that's in a pattern, and this appears right around the front door, so that as you come up, you'll have a natural main wood. It really gives a warm character to it. The upper levels are a fiber cement clapboard, and this is in an iron gray color. And you can see on the pattern, we've got a wide, narrow, 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 wide pattern where we have a wide reveal and then 2 narrow reveals on the clapboards. And so it has a really traditional New England pattern to it. And as you get close to the building, will really, I think, have a nice appearance and look thoughtfully designed. The roof edge is a composite trim. It has a cornice and a cap. This is a detailed rendering of some of the care and the materials that we've designed up at the top level, showing the stacked cornice, overhang, some slight contrasting color, but really trying to build that traditional base middle top to the building. And I think for board members who might have been at the first meeting where we showed this building, and since that, we've evolved the building design. And so that cornice and trim detailing of the top, where the clapboard variety and patterning is something that we develop as a team. The window heights vary from the first meeting. The color palette is now a sort of a deep, rich color. I think the very first meeting, there was a light white tone, and it felt much more appropriate with these colors. And we're now showing the signage, the entrance design elements, the gathering spaces, and the landscaping in this. We did want to talk a bit about, it's critical we have section 405B compliance. The signage we feel all complies with section 12. One of the main guidances for commercial buildings is to present an inviting human scale facade to the street. And so we feel that we've done this with our clear signage, the warm natural materials. We have benches for residents and guests. You can see the entrance and locate yourself where home is. We've got generous landscaping with plantings around the edge of the building, trees, and we have a very glazed entrance doors and windows. So you can see inside, you know when your friends are there, you can wait for your guests who are coming. 405B also asked that we give materials that give an appearance of New England architectural forms. And that is how we have tried to highlight the base, middle, and top layering, where the base is the reverse board and batten, the channel siding, and the terracotta color. The middle are the clapboards with a traditional varied pattern, and the top is the decorative cornice with multiple layers of trim. And that base, middle, and top form is a really critical way to read in the traditional New England form. Another 405 compliance is that roof lines that reduce the mass of larger buildings provide shelter to pedestrians and incorporate elements unique to Maine and New England. We have a broad sheltering entrance that gives cover from the elements. So if you're standing outside waiting for someone to pick you up, you've got a deep canopy that gives shelter from the wind and the rain. The cornice is traditional to New England buildings of this scale. The cedar accent siding at the entrance is a Northern Maine product. We feel like that's an element unique to Maine and New England. And the low roof line that also allows us to have this many solar panels also gives the least height difference. It's a low roof because we are this transitional building between the fire station and the single family zoning to the side. And so that this reduced the mass of the building and kept it from appearing too tall, in our opinion. As you can see from the building elevations, the bottom view is what you might see the entrance if you're looking from Route 1. The top elevation is if you're looking from the public safety building, I think to the east, I guess, up towards Fairfield Road. The east elevation is along the street on Fairfield Road, and the south elevation shows the approximate height of some of the buffering, that the tree buffering, and actually these trees are approximately height, we've got a good tree buffering in between the two buildings that should reach all the way up to the third story in height by the time they're grown. And they're spruce, so they should grow quite quickly. And this detail elevation, which we had a bit of on the material samples, shows the material palette altogether. And we're really, we had some good discussions after the last meeting because there were some points made about things we should look at. And our team got together, and we really think we're bringing a very high quality building. We think it's a beautiful building. Really touches on all the design guidelines and will make a really good complement to the neighborhood. This is a good neighborhood building that will fit in well with the neighborhood. A couple of photographs with a similar clapboard pattern we've done on another building. That same sort of delicacy that, it's just not a generic clapboard pattern. And then some of that natural cedar at the base and a sense of how light filled the apartments are. I think there was a question of, should we consider simulated divided lights where there's an applied muntin over the glass. And when we really looked at it and thought about the folks living here and the openness they could get, the amount of sunlight that helps heat the building, the simulated divided lights actually help block. And we went back and looked at the elevation and felt like this has a nice character. The windows aren't overly huge that need to be broken up. And so we really like what we've shown here. And this material board, just for folks who, to bring it back before we close, shows some of these elements in more detail, and we can discuss this with the board as any members want to see. And then I think this view here really talks about the entrance and this welcoming spot, this good neighborhood building with a clear sign so you know where home is. This perhaps Firehouse Commons, this name, but benches, sidewalk, a really walkable zone where you can walk to the market, see inside the building, a variety of materials and colors. You can see the variety of window sizes and shapes. This is what we wanted to bring to the board, and we're really happy to discuss and talk through all these materials as needed. And so that is our presentation for tonight.
And Jesse, I'll just hop in
Perfect.
here and offer some closing thoughts. Hi, everyone. Nate Howes. I'm the development officer from Avesta on this project. I've been on some of the presentations, but haven't spoken too much thus far. But I just want to leave you guys with some general thoughts as you consider what we've presented here tonight. So we hope that our presentation tonight and what we've given at previous meetings has demonstrated that we're committed to producing high quality designs that not only fit within Scarborough standards, but speak to the site and the neighborhood in which they're constructed. So as we noted in our memo to the board this past week, the lack of corner boards is a deliberate choice. We recognize that the addition of a 3-story building, as Jesse said, to an existing parking lot is a dramatic change, particularly for the neighbors. And our design has sought to soften the addition with setbacks, trees, and horizontal lines. Corner boards have the effect of actually visually heightening a building. The addition of vertical boards will thus make the building appear taller and will give the building facades an unnatural boxiness, meaning that each section of horizontal boards would be boxed in by these vertical boards, and we think that would look unnatural. We do not believe that the architectural integrity of the design and the integrity of the site as a whole and the neighborhood would be best served by an addition that would appear to not only heighten the building, but result in a broken up facade. Our memo also went into detail about our choice with the window style. I would simply note that the standards establish the possible means by which a developer can create human scale. Divided panes of glass is but one of those many options. So we've gone through great lengths to establish human scale in this development, and Jesse touched on a lot of this in his presentation. So just imagine for a moment that you're an observer standing on the new Route 1 sidewalk, perhaps directly adjacent to the Betts Diner Memorial patio. You're looking toward the new building with your back to the road. In front of you, there's a row of trees, followed by a seating area with chairs and tables, the new Betts Memorial Diner site. The drive into the site immediately follows these features. Further back still, you have a green space with 6 trees, complete with benches for residents to read and enjoy the sun. Finally, when you arrive at the building, it is not a flat wall, but a recessed entrance with a canopy, material changes, and recessed windows. A combination of all these factors give the project human scale. We don't believe that mullions on the windows, which would only be visible at a short distance, are necessary to complete the idea of human scale for this site. We've already accomplished that with several other features. On a procedural note, I would like the board to know that we are proposing to fund this project through Maine Housing. We'll be applying for financing this summer under Maine Housing's Qualified Allocation Plan. This plan does reward projects that have their local approvals in place, namely site plan and subdivision. We would need these in hand at least 45 days prior to the application. Every year we compete against 15 to 20 of our fellow affordable housing developers, and projects are often separated by just a few points. The municipal approvals points are a necessary component of a successful application. We are at the precipice for meeting the necessary deadlines for Maine Housing financing. We hope to avoid further delay. In closing, I'm very proud of this design. I think that our color choice, style, shape, and features ensure that the building fits within the site and neighborhood context. I would ask that the board please approve the site plan and preliminary subdivision approval so that we can attain final subdivision approvals next month or at the next meeting on which we appear. So with that, I will end our presentation and open it up to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have an opportunity for public comment on this item. If you're here in attendance and would like to speak, please use the raise my hand feature. All right, seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any questions or comments from the board? Rachel.
Yeah. First of all, my compliments to the architects for the work that you've done. You're getting closer and closer, I think, to the ideal building for that site. One of the problems, I guess, with site design is when you are working in a multiple building development, you're serving more than one master in terms of that design. So while your building has now really addressed the concerns of New England vernacular architecture, and it is warm and inviting, there are some criteria involved in multiple building developments. And it's a process of reconciling those competing criteria. I'm going to quote you directly from the design standards under multiple building developments. Multiple building developments shall exhibit a high degree of coordination in site planning, architectural design, and site detailing. Physical components shall be designed to complement an overall plan. So you are in a development with more than one building, and part of your role is to adjust your building or harmonize your building with what's already on site. The standards list 6 elements that are used to create a high degree of coordination, and it is the planning board's responsibility to determine when we believe the high degree of coordination has been reached. Those elements are: number 1, benches; number 2, planters; 3, colors and trims; 4, doors and windows; 5, lighting; and 6, signage. In the case of the firehouse, the focal building, the front focus feature of the building is the mullioned windows. They reflect the New England vernacular. The rest of the building and the public safety building have divided pane windows. The mullions are repeated in the overhead door on the police building and would be seen prominently directly ahead as residents or customers enter from Fairfield and travel through the parking lot. The proposed entrance on the Avesta building has a series of rectangular panes. Until there is a building erected in front of the Avesta building, the different detailing presents a lack of coordination. In terms of trim, there are details on the plans for the firehouse and the public safety building that indicate a plan to paint trim and elements of the facades. Avesta should coordinate with the developers of the firehouse project so that some aspect of the building trim and color coordinates. Whether the firehouse or public safety wing follows the colors of Avesta, or Avesta follows their colors, is up to the developers, as long as the colors are within a New England palette and planning department staff find them acceptable. Just a side note on benches. I could not find any details in the plans on what the benches would look like. They need to be the same design throughout the development. I also could not find any details on the benches in the site plan that we passed the last time, so we missed that. But those benches should coordinate throughout the development.
Yep.
In terms of other comments made by the architect, in the design standards, there is a mention of the necessity for corner trim, although not corner boards. Under a section in the design standards under building materials, there is a note, quote, contemporary materials that have the same visual characteristics, e.g. cement plank, clapboards, etc., are acceptable if attention is paid to detailing, e.g. corners, trim at openings, changes in materials, and so forth. And that was a quote. I would appreciate it if the architect could explain how that trim is to be handled. You've come a long way. I think the building is an appropriate design for the area. I think it is almost there, and I would appreciate just a few more steps. Thank you.
And should we wait for further board comments or respond individually?
Well, since it's fresh on your mind, go for it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think those are really good points. And we have actually, the fire station itself as a masonry building doesn't have trim around the edges. So, it really does have a different character. It doesn't have a painted trim on the fire or police building. And so that, I think, is one. And then we've also made sure that the doors and windows on the fire and public safety building will match this building. So the overhead doors and et cetera, their color is going to be a dark bronze in color and will be coordinated between the buildings. Because I think you're absolutely right, Rachel. It is important that they be coordinated between the buildings. I completely agree with that.
So we will actually make sure that any windows and doors on the other buildings are in good coordination with this building as well. And in terms of corner trim, what we're hoping to do is, our goal was that the building not read as a strong vertical. And so our goal is to miter the trim so that there is at the fiber cement at the corner where it comes around the corner, it reads as a mitered trim in a soft sort of flowing traditional way you might have done, where you'd actually make the clapboards into a soft edge. And I think our element here, let's see if we have a good image of that. Yeah, you can see, so the side right here we were showing is the appearance we're headed for, where that the clapboard does actually turn the corner like that. And we get that very gentle, soft appearance was what we were hoping for in that moment. And that would be all corners of the buildings would appear like that. So I think that view was really trying to highlight that this was intentional, and we were trying to not make it read too tall and too strong along the corner edges. So, I mean, we hope the board agrees, but we understand that, this is a aesthetic taste and we've put something forward. So, but yeah, no, I think those are good comments. We absolutely do want this to be a cohesive, integrated place when we're all done. And it's really important that this public safety building and fire station be rebuilt and turn into something special for the town.
Thanks. Any other members of the board with thoughts or comments? Give me a second as I scroll through. I don't see anyone with their hand up. Is that accurate?
If mine.
Oh, Roger, go ahead.
I appreciate Rachel's comments, but I would not want to hold up this project on what she's trying to get at, because I think this is a very attractive building. I think that the existing firehouse is totally different than the existing police station. I don't recall what you were going to do on the police station. I know you were going to change the entryway, but I'm not sure. The police station is primarily concrete, isn't it? A full
concrete block.
Yeah, concrete block. What are we going to do? Just paint that, right? Or are we going to leave it the way it is?
I think Tim is in the meeting. If Tim wants to, Tim Hebert would like to talk a little bit about some of those plans.
I guess
I am here, Roger.
Point,
I can answer that.
Okay.
So we had talked about it at last meeting as well, and our intention with the police station was to coordinate that entryway and make those materials on the police station match the aesthetic that gets approved of the Avesta building. And so our plan, as you can see from the renderings we did of the police station, was to take that horizontal pattern and find the appropriate material and use a color pattern that matches what we're going to do for the Avesta building, because we recognize that we wanted to kind of soften the appearance of that building and make it more of a professional building.
Okay, so basically, you've got three unique structures, but you're going to try and tie them together with either entryways or windows and trim. Is that correct?
That is correct. I also want to say, the front of the fire station, which is the primary facade that you will also see in addition to what we're looking at here on Jesse's screen, is a aluminum storefront, black painted aluminum storefront system, glazed system, which is the exact same entrance way and glazed system that you're seeing on this Firehouse Commons building at the main entrance. So we feel, like the window systems, the colors, the patterns are very well coordinated as presented.
Okay, I guess my position is that I think you folks have done a terrific job, with the existing structures and then tying it together with this building as well. I think the Avesta building looks very nice. And I think this block is going to look very attractive. It's going to be a real showcase right up there at Oak Hill, I think. So I'm inclined to move this forward and stop, not delay it any further, because with the Vesta situation, they're on the timelines regarding funding and things such as that. So I don't think, from my own point of view, I'm not going to get tied up over mullions and windows and corner boards and stuff like that. I think this building looks very attractive as it is. My only other question is this affordable housing for everybody, or is it strictly for seniors?
It is seniors 55 plus.
Okay, all right. So that's all I have to say, Nick.
Thanks, Roger. Rick Manking.
Yeah, I want to make sure my mute is off, right? Yeah. My comments are really that I wish more developers took the time and the effort in trying to coordinate new ways of doing things versus trying to maintain what we've always done in the past. And I know that's a tricky balance to make. There's several ways to paint a wall. You go vertical, or do you go horizontal? And everybody has their way of doing things, and it gets tough. And I think this project has been vetted enough, and there's been a lot of input, and I think it's all been taken in by both the board and the developer. And I think there's just so much good that can happen in this block that to delay this and deal with the minutia when it is really something that folks that are going to live there are going to enjoy it. And we've taken a building that is now empty and been empty for a while and is very dated and is not particularly appealing, and turning it into something that this community is going to enjoy for a number of years. And I'm just thrilled that Scarborough is going to have this kind of a structure and neighborhood addition. I hope you will keep in touch with possibly the sustainability committee within Scarborough, so that this can also be a form of education. What can you do today to make things look like they belong in a community, and yet have all the features of making sure that we don't do harm to the environment as we continue to build out our built environment. And I'm pretty sure you're probably going to be in the near passive house standards or what have you, that this is just a thrilling opportunity for Scarborough to have a showcase center of town. And I appreciate having the opportunity to sit through this and hear what you're having to do, and providing 31 quality units for those folks that need an affordable place to live. So well done. I'm ready to move forward with this project, and I thank you for bringing it to Scarborough.
Thanks, Rick. Jennifer?
Great comments, Rick. I would just emphasize so many of those, and just really well said. And thank you to everyone on the development team here for your, continued commitment to detail. And I've said this in a comment before on this project, but your unwavering commitment to redevelopment and renovation of this site, as opposed to coming in clear slate and introducing something fully brand new. I just feel like that's a real testament to your team, and the value that you place on this community, whether you live here with us or not. But for so many of us, this is, you know, what we have come to know as the center of our, you know, the center of our community. And I just feel like you're honoring that. So thank you. And also, I was very ill at the last meeting and not able to attend, unfortunately, but I did recognize a number of different improvements in additions to the site plan. So without going into a great amount of detail, thank you for those as well. And then on the two items before us tonight, I you know, agree with several of my other colleagues here in terms of the, you know, architectural elements and material selection that you've brought forth. Appreciate you providing literal samples of those for us to get a hold of. And I do just have a question, perhaps first for staff, regarding the growth pool, the growth permits from the reserve pool. And so I was just wondering if maybe Jay or Jamel, and I'm sorry because I feel like somebody asks this question every time, like maybe we should keep better track, but could you just remind us where we are at with that? Sort of overall townwide.
Well, I guess maybe I'll focus the discussion to start here on the reserve pool, which is where.
Yes, that's what I mean. I'm sorry.
Yep. So just real quick differential, we have an annual allocation of permits, which are set aside for most projects. And then we have a reserve pool, which is set aside for projects that meet certain criteria. And one of those criteria is projects that are providing for at least 50% of the units as affordable. So in this case, we have a affordable, 100% affordable housing project. And therefore they meet the eligibility criteria to pull from the reserve pool. There are approximately, and forgive me, I didn't do the exact numbers coming into this meeting, but there are approximately 100 growth permits that are not accounted for at this point. And so this application, being some 30 odd units, all one bedroom, would probably need somewhere in the order of 15 to 15 and a half growth permits. So there are permits available in the reserve pool at this time.
Thank you, and apologies for putting you on the spot. Other than that, I'm fine, and I have no other comments.
Thanks, Jennifer. Any other board members? All right. Jamel, do you have a motion ready?
I think Jay's going to actually share this one as well.
Thank you.
Are you seeing the motion?
I can. I'm going to try to make it bigger.
Oh, I can try to do that too. Hang on. Is that helpful?
Not a whole lot.
No?
Hold on. It might just be my view. Hold on.
How about for others?
I'll do my best. I'm getting older though, Jay. All right. We just need to acknowledge that. I move to approve the site plan review. Oops.
Did
That's
that
too
help?
much.
Oh, that's good.
That's good. I move to approve the site plan review project titled Firehouse Village Redevelopment as depicted on the plan set prepared by Acorn Engineering, Inc. and Kaplan Thompson Architects dated 4/13/21 with the following findings and conditions. Findings: the applicant is proposing to construct a 7,581 square foot, 3-story building consisting of 31 apartments for affordable senior housing. The proposed units address the affordable housing provision of section 20CD 13 of the Scarborough zoning ordinance, and in accordance with chapter 413 growth management ordinance, the planning board finds that the project is eligible for the allocation of growth permits from the reserve pool. The apartment building is part of a mixed-use development of the former municipal public safety complex, which was granted site plan approval by the planning board on April 12, 2021. Condition of approval for the project required additional site plan approval for the proposed architecture of the apartment building. Planning board has reviewed the revised materials and finds that the application satisfies the town's site plan review standards and the April 21st, 2021 condition of approval. Conditions: 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall A, provide approval by the Portland Water District, B, provide approval by the Scarborough Sanitary District. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the start of the construction, pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. 3, all relevant conditions from April 21st, 2021 board approval for this site remain in effect. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A second. Discussion? Rachel?
I'd like to offer an amendment that the applicant submit to the planning for approval to the planning department, the plans for the benches.
Is there a second? See a second? Or should
Second.
I have a second? Discussion? Roger?
Won't the benches be, I'm assuming the benches would be similar to maybe what is out there by the rest of the facility? Is that?
The rest of the facility, when I looked at the plans, there was no design for the benches in those plans. So while we agreed there were benches, there was simply no plan. There was no design. So whatever the applicant puts in this facility then should be carried out in the rest of the development. We're only looking at and approving the Avesta tonight. The other facility, the other buildings were already passed and approved. We just forgot to approve, to look for the benches.
Any other discussion?
I think that makes sense, just so we have the coordination between the old and the new.
All right, Rachel, you want to formalize that in a motion?
Sure. I move that the applicant provide detail for the site benches to be reviewed by the planning department.
Thank you. Do I have a second for her motion? For her amendment?
Second.
Roger. Discussion on the amendment. All right, seeing none, I'll call a vote on the amendment in favor. Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. Okay, now to the motion as amended. Any discussion? Rachel?
I have an amendment that the entranceway for the Avesta housing be brought into coordination with the windows for the firehouse as approved at the April 21st, 2021 board meeting. Coordination.
Am I generally there?
Yeah, you're close.
Yeah, close enough.
Is there a second to the motion?
I don't second the motion, and I break the silence here. I feel like they've already indicated that they're going to be, the same color around. I don't want to pigeonhole the developer that it has to be exactly like the new windows and doors that are going into where the bays of the former fire department was. I think they've demonstrated in their plans that it's going to be comparable to it, but I have a hard time just pigeonholing them into having this kind of direct language in this approval. That's where I'm coming from.
So I need a second for further discussion.
Yeah, I'll second it for further discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I don't know the rules of.
No, that's okay. And I would tend to agree with Rick on this.
I fully agree with Rick. All right, any other discussion? So motion on the amendment All in favor, Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
No.
Roger Beely,
No.
Rick Meinking,
No.
Nick McGee, no. So that has failed. Okay, we're still on discussion of the amended motion. Is there any other amendments you're looking to offer here, Rachel?
Nope.
Okay. All right. In favor of the motion as amended, Rachel Hendrickson,
No.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Nick McGee, yes. Show that passing 4-1. Thank you. Congratulations.
Hey, what happened to Russ?
He's on here. All right. Next item on tonight's agenda. Sonashine, I hope I said that right. Realty LLC requests a site plan amendment review for 9 US Route 1, Assessor's Map U50, Lot 18. Jamel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this project's located in the BOR zoning district at the existing Portland Volvo car dealership. The applicant's proposing to pave an existing gravel area to provide 32 additional parking spaces in addition to additional landscaping and stormwater elements. So as noted in the staff review memo, there have been several complaints from abutting properties regarding spillover of the existing lighting and noise from the new building on the site. So staff has recommended that the applicant modify the lighting to include house side shields on all light fixtures along the perimeter of the site to help lessen any spillover onto abutting properties. Staff has also recommended the applicant consider installing additional buffering and noise reduction provisions along the western property boundary as well in an effort to reduce noise spillover from the car wash. So the applicant should be sure to discuss these recommendations with the board. The applicant also noted that they are still waiting for their amended DEP permit. So therefore, per board policy, the board will not be able to take final action until the amended permit is in hand. This time, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, Jamel. Kylie.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the planning board. We're glad to be back. It's been a while. We tabled in October. A couple clarifying comments. We actually do have our DEP stormwater permit. We're just waiting for site law through delegated review through the town. And so because we've received the stormwater permit, that piece of it is handled by the town through Angela in her delegated capacity. Do I have that right, Angela?
I guess I wasn't aware that you had your amended permit.
Yes, yeah. So I think they received that back in December. So I thought that was forwarded through Bob, but we can send that over to you. The bulk of the application is really back when we were doing the original permit. They had asked if they could gravel a small area, and I can share my screen, I think. Can you see my screen okay? Okay. So there was an area that was being, it was a drainage way, an easement of drainage for the road. That area was put into a closed culvert and outlet, and they were filling the area, and they had requested that they be able to gravel the area during construction for laydown and temporary parking. During the construction, they obviously decided this area was very useful, and they saw great benefit in it and sought to get the approval to pave the area for spaces. During the gap between October and now, they have paved that area. They will have to pull all of that up in order to put the design as we put it forward and as it will be approved in place, specifically because there are areas of porous asphalt and treatment within the plan. So they are aware of that change. In terms of the noise, it's actually one of the reasons we tabled so they can make some modifications. Those elements are provided in your packet showing the noise measurements. So the actual sound measurements, the monitor with the distances measured, as well as unfortunately a photograph of your ordinance that shows that it does meet the ordinance standards for noise. And so they are asking that this does meet the ordinance requirements. They are sensitive to the neighbors' requests. They have met with them numerous times. In terms of the lights, we do see the comment about an updated photometric. The photometrics are as they were designed. We can certainly add additional shields, but they are LED fixtures and directed light. And we believe it's probably not so much as light casting over as it is just looking at the fixture. So the house side shields are certainly something we can add. The lights are dimmed to 20% at 9 o'clock at night. So we're happy to look at other alternatives, including the house side shields. In terms of the landscaping around the parking spaces that are the primary application, we did prepare renderings at the time of the application in October. There were concerns about the buffering, and so we did do a quick rendering using graphic software to show what that might look like. Granted, this is much more grown than it will be in installed, but an idea of how the plant material will sit within the site. And given that you guys have hung in there so long, I'll keep my presentation short and answer what I'm sure you'll have some questions.
Thanks, Kylie.
Sure.
We have an opportunity for public comment. If there's anyone here that would like to speak, please use the raise my hand feature. And I have Lisa. And Lisa, we're just going to ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes tonight, okay?
Okay. My name is Lisa Kostopoulos. My property abuts Volvo. I've always had a good relationship with Volvo, bought 2 cars, have a standing relationship with the service department. In due diligence, I came to the first planning board meetings prior to the construction of Volvo to hear of the new plans. I felt assured by both Volvo, the owner, and the managers that they had our best interest at heart. I recall no mention of a car wash. When I first heard the car wash, I was stunned. I might as well have been standing right next to it. It's pretty unbearable. Almost a full year ago, my neighbor John and I reached out to Jay and Jamal from the town and were advised to reach out to Volvo ourselves as good neighbors. After a number of calls and messages left to the owner and manager, I finally received a call back and had one meeting, not numerous. I met with Matt and was assured that both he and Bill wanted nothing more than to make us happy, and it was Matt to keep the neighborhood happy. And it was Matt who mentioned a wall of trees that might help buffer the sound. That was the last I heard from Volvo, besides, of course, the trash removal and the car wash. I truly fear my property values have drastically been affected by this noise. I personally would never buy my house again if the car wash, lights, and trash removal was part of what it is now. I invite anyone on the board, as I have invited Bill and Matt, to come and sit in my yard and hear what our neighborhood hears. It is disturbing, to say the least. To finish, I just want to read the quote from the Good Neighbor Ordinance for our town of Scarborough. The Scarborough Town Council recognizes certain basic standards that allow residents to enjoy their homes and property, preserve peace and quiet in our neighborhoods, help maintain property values, and prevent disputes among neighbors. The purpose of this ordinance is to promote these standards and allow for the enforcement of violations. And just my last thing is, who measured the sound? Did Volvo measure the sound and declare that it was fine? The decibels that are put out by that car wash would not be acceptable in just about any other town in our state. That's all I got to say. Thank you, and thank you for your work, you guys.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate your comments this evening.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in attendance that would like to speak on this topic? John.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to take more than 3 minutes because I'm representing 7 households that abut or are affected by port removal. Good evening, and thank you for all the work you've done.
John's actually muted.
Unmute.
Nick, you were muted
You're
there.
muted as well.
Nick, you were muted. Nobody heard your comments.
Yes, John, you have to keep it to 3 minutes. I understand your passion for it, but we've had a long evening and we ask you to keep it to 3. Thank you.
There are two issues, light and sound. Let me start with the easiest to resolve, lighting. The 2 dozen or so pole lamps emit a strong spotlight like beam that projects sideways from the fixture. This intense beam shines into 3 of our houses, 2 on the 2nd story level, 3rd on the 1st floor. I'm going to try and speed this up, I'm sorry. I've spoken with the techie at Beacon, the maker, and they know of this problem. He all but admitted that it's a design flaw. Beacon has a fix, he said, which is a full 4-sided field shield, easily attached with 4 machine screws. The 4-sided shield field will not affect the pattern of light falling in the lot, but will only block this intense beam projecting sideways into our houses. The service bay and a front office is fully lit day and night. The emitted light floods our yards and fills our houses with light all night. Turn these lights off at night or put them on a dimmer. There is no need for the interior lights to be that bright so as to flood our residential area and into our house. There are also 3 small doors on the south side, each with a light just above. These 3 lights also flood our yards and project into our houses. Again, this is an easy fix. Turn them off at night or install a shield that will limit the emitted light only to the area below and around the doors. Our second issue is sound. Every Wednesday morning at about 5:30, Waste Management collects their trash, and when they do, their truck wakes up everybody in all 7 households. I recorded 101 decibels inside my house one morning. This is a very easy fix. 2 of our neighbors have discovered the trash pickup is determined by the client, not by the provider. All Volvo has to do is call Waste Management and tell them to collect trash only during business hours, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The most disturbing issue, as Lisa said, is the sound from the car wash. Initially, the blower was emitting an average of 89 decibels. That was lowered to 79 decibels. In the last few days, it's now been lowered to about 76 on average decibels. I've done some research. I've done a lot of research and I've heard this. The installation that Volvo has done here, I'm sorry, I'm trying to rush this thing too fast. The installation that Volvo has put in would not be acceptable in any other town in this country, as far as I've discovered. There are 3 fixes. One, the car wash industry has come up with a schedule of specific evergreens of a specific size, planted in a specific density in the front of the door. A second solution is a concrete sound barrier, the kind of barrier we see on 295 in South Portland when we drive into Portland. Today, the car wash industry recommends for new installation is to fully enclose the car wash so the blower is on only when the doors are open.
John, about 30 more seconds.
No. The state DEP bulletin states, noise impacts can be long-lasting, affecting people's lives and property values. Noise causes a deterioration in the quality of life as much as, if not more, than many other environmental issues. It continues, I'm quoting, prolonged noise exposure is a serious threat to human health. It can result in high stress levels. Noise can also negatively impact concentration, communication, and sleep, creating annoying and sometimes even hazardous conditions. These factors are important in setting noise standards for the community. It may be important to protect certain, I can leave that out. It is also important to.
Hey, John, sorry, I've muted you. You've gone a minute over your allotted time. I was trying to be generous there. I'd ask that you, I know you already submitted written comment to this board. We appreciate the comments and we do understand what the requests have been from you and your neighbors. So I don't want you to think that you're not being heard, but you did go over your time limit. So thank you. Any other members of the public that wish to speak this evening? Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. Turn this over to the board. Rachel, you want to go first?
Yeah, I note that, let me see if I can find it. Woodard and Curran had a question about the wetland seed mix that was going to be used. And I was wondering if you folks had considered or if you were going to be changing it. And that actually was it.
Sure. So the wetland seed mix would be a conservation mix. It's the same mix used by DOT on the roadways. I think there's just, we can provide a better definition between the line for the wetland mix closer to the actual stream channel, and then on the upland slope show the conservation mix.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Rachel. Jen?
I'm just curious, given the presentation and also the comments received tonight by the neighbors and also previously by abutters, I guess. I'm not, I don't believe either person that spoke gave their actual address. And I was just wondering if someone could orient us to the, I'm guessing it's the other side of the building. Yeah, and there's like a little dead end street over there. And that's the area that the light and noise comments are coming from, correct?
So over in this.
Okay.
Correct. That's the neighborhood over there. Yep.
Perfect. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. And then I'm just curious, given that input from those abutters, and also recognizing, Kylie, that you've addressed, meeting the minimum standards or requirements that the town requires. I'm just curious if so for example, the cutoff shields have been talked about in terms of mitigating the lighting. Is there anything that you can offer? I know very little to nothing about car washes, so I don't know if there's a similar sort of mitigation proposal maybe to sort of help address some of those concerns.
Sure. So I think the easiest thing is certainly the shields, house side, four-sided. I think they're happy to add the shields to the light fixtures along that property line. I think that's a reasonable ask, and I think it's an easy add, if they're just screwed on. In terms of the light fixtures above doorways, those are a safety requirement. I don't know that we really want to turn those off. I think it's actually encouraged by code that they're on. I believe they are dimmed at the same rate as the parking lot. So I don't know that there's much I can offer there in terms of shielding, but we'll explore it. But I know we can do the house side shields or the four-sided shields for the parking lot lights. In terms of the internal lights, the feedback I've received is that they are dimmed down to a level, but they do remain on all night from a security purpose so that they can see from the street if somebody were in the building and shouldn't be in the building, or just from a general security standpoint. So that would be my feedback on the lights. I think they're simple, easy things that they can do that will make a big impact, and certainly not to discredit all the work that's gone in from the neighbor's side, but I think those were reasonable requests that can be met. In terms of the noise, I think one of the bigger elements is that they do feel strongly that they are meeting the intents of the ordinance by being at the levels they need to be at the property line. That said, I'm willing to go back and talk with the manager and the owner to see if we can put some additional vegetation in there. I hesitate to put a giant concrete barrier in there. I feel like that's probably not the solution. I suspect that the sound will travel right over it
The landscape
as it does along.
period. You should ask her if additional landscaping would fit.
Hi, Jay. I can answer the question, Jay. What was the question?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. So I was just going to say, so you were talking about seeing if additional landscaping, talking with the owner if they'd be okay with additional landscaping. I guess the question was, as a landscape architect, do you think that there's adequate room in there for additional landscaping? Because just based on just curious.
Yeah, as a
haven't looked at
landscape
the
architect, I think
dimensions.
it's pretty well packed in there. But I think we can certainly, if the issue is the plant material is not big enough right now, we can certainly supplement it with things that could be easily removed as the trees come down. So for example, this is a pretty well planted buffer of evergreens. And what we put in was additional. We could probably put a hedge line. I'm trying to get to the landscape plan. Bear with me. My poor sad monitor can't keep up. We could put in a hedgerow of arborvitae, perhaps that would give a buffer in the interim, and then as they, start to grow and compete, they could be removed. Darn it, I skipped over it. They could be removed. So I apologize, everyone. I'm trying to move quickly, and I think I either overshoot or under. So within this edge right here, we could probably put, a hedgerow of arborvitae. To just add to it. I don't know that it's necessarily going to do anything for the sound, but I think it might add comfort. And if a perceived impact is as powerful as, a measured impact, then that's still an impact. And I apologize, Jennifer, I stopped right in the middle of what I don't think the concrete barrier would be the best idea. I'm not clear on the doors open for the noise. They do have the mitigation on there that I think is working. And while I understand it's not desirable, I don't know that I would characterize it as it's not allowed in any other community in the state of Maine or in the country. I think it's a car wash. I think they're doing what they can with it, and I think we can add more to make it better.
Okay, thanks. And just a point of clarification on the lights and shielding. Obviously, I'm assuming the issue by the abutting neighbors has to do with lights that are already installed on the site, and you're here for sort of a parking lot expansion on the other side of the property. Is it the intent to install, will you be providing the same treatment on all the lighting or just those along the residential side?
I was thinking probably more for the ones that are disruptive so that we're not shielding other ones, but if it is the board's desire that they all receive the housing, I don't know that that's a big deal.
I will defer further questions to those with a slightly more lighting expertise than myself, but thank you for your answers.
Sure.
I believe that was Jen kicking the ball towards Rick Meinking.
Thanks, Jen. Always able to help. Yeah, it looked like through the staff review and looking at the photometrics, number one, I think your average lighting in your new area is like 3 times more than what the IES actually recommends. Meaning there's a lot more lighting than needs to be there. Now, I understand there's a car dealership involved, and I'm not into the chapter of car dealerships, so I know there's a little bit of leeway, but you're 3 times more than what a parking lot is recommended to be. All that being said, you're also using, it appears, 400K. I don't know what the existing lights are, but I think generally the staff is on board or is in the right track here by asking you to actually, let's take a survey here and let's do a complete photo metrics of the entire area, because we don't want it to be patchy, number one, and we want it to look uniform. And I think it would be a prudent thing, given the abutters have an issue with the lights. Let's fix any problems that we can right from the get-go and submit a complete photometrics using what you have existing, and it may require an upgrade. I don't know how old those lights are. They may be LED, but if they're 400K, they're certainly not dark sky and so they wouldn't meet the dark sky criteria. And the ones you're putting in are not going to meet it. So I think a little bit more due diligence on the lighting will maybe have an impact on not only the property, but the abutters.
Yeah, if I
have no other comments.
Sure, if I may, Mr. Chair. In response, this was a site plan approved last year or even 18 months ago. So these light fixtures were just installed this past summer.
On the old section or?
Correct. And so these are not aged fixtures. These are as new as you can get.
Yeah, but new doesn't mean right. That's all I'm saying. And I think maybe, again, the staff has addressed it as an issue here that we just feel like maybe there's an opportunity here to get a better perspective of what's going on. You're overlighting your new section for sure. So given that, if you just want to take a look at that, I defer to the staff on the direction they want to take.
So just to be clear, if I may, Mr. Chair, what we're asking, and I guess I think it is reasonable, and I think that the client and owner certainly support putting shields on the existing fixtures. If it's a matter of reducing, I was looking for our site plan. If it's a matter of reducing lights on the new section, I believe photometrics were submitted in the package, and I believe they meet the property line requirements. While it might be higher light, if it's a matter of the color of it, I think that could change whether it's spotty or not. But asking them to do a light study to demonstrate on photometrics to go back retroactively to remove fixtures seems like a significant investment of time, and coming back to the board for approvals. I think the goal would be that they can affect the change to repair the paving that they've done since construction and make the site whole.
Again, I'll defer to staff on direction they want to take, but in your new area, and that's what I'm looking at now, you're overlit. You're at 1.75 average, 1.78 average on expansion of the lot. And in a typical parking lot, you're going to be around 0.8. And understanding that it is a car dealership, and so you want to show off some merchandise. I understand that, but you're over recommendations, and our ordinance does stress the dark sky and spillage into abutters, and we're trying to have a uniformity in the area. And so because you are messing with or creating a new area, it does need to coordinate with the rest of the area. It's not too difficult to do an entire photometrics if you take what existing fixtures you have with the cut sheets and the photometrics on those, you put it through, and it should be fairly simple to do a foot candle analysis of the area.
Would you agree that the one that they previously submitted for this approval would meet that requirement?
I don't think I had the privilege of seeing that, so I couldn't answer that.
All right, Rick, you all set on questions?
I am.
Thanks. Rachel, did you have anything?
No, I've already made my comments.
All right, any other board members? Roger Beely.
You got me, Nick. I don't have a problem with what you were originally here for, Carrie.
Sure.
The only observation I would make is that when you first presented, or the last time you were before us, there was a concern on the north side of the boundary with the homeowner there concerning light, if I recall.
I don't think I recall. I think it was the southwest side, the residents that just spoke, Lisa and John.
Yeah, wasn't it the when when you're heading north on Route 1 and you just go past the parking this facility, there's a home right there on the boundary.
Oh, this is the
It's like a little commercial. It looks like a motel or something behind it, cabins or something.
I wasn't aware that they had lighting concerns.
I may be mistaken, but I thought that I seem to recall that was, but that doesn't seem to be an issue right now.
Not
apparently.
to my knowledge.
So basically, I'm satisfied with everything you're trying to do here, other than what Rick has brought up, and I don't know anything about lighting. Based on what I'm looking at, it looks like it's okay, but I don't know. Just a couple of observations on the comments by the abutter on the south side. The abutters over there. I don't recall any discussion about a car wash when this was before us before. Was there a car wash in the old facility?
There wasn't, I don't believe there was in the old facility, but it was part of the original package because it did have the option to recycle or not recycle the water.
Where is it? Is it located? Where is it located? Is it outside? It's not part of the building. Is it separate or something like that?
It's part of the building. It's the back half of the building.
Oh, that bump out in the.
Yeah. Yep. I apologize. This, like I said, my monitor is not. So it's this area right here.
So it is inside then.
Yes.
And it's still that noisy even though it's inside.
I believe it's, like any car wash, the blowers.
I believe excuse me, Kylie, but I think it's when the blowers are a reference to the dryers, when the car's coming, sort of pulling out through. Sometimes there's those air blowers, the doors are up and you're driving through and you're having that, I don't know if it's hot, but just air blown on your car. I believe those are the type of blowers that the reference is to.
Okay, and the cars,
yep.
Yeah, the cars exit heading south out of the building. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to suggest on that. Regarding the lighting, the abutter referenced the internal lighting. I go by that facility quite often, and I think it looks very attractive. But the facade on the building has these this lighting, diffused lighting. It's like a banner that goes right across the front of the building, and I think it might actually wrap around the building. I wonder if they might have been talking about that and whether that stays on all night long, because that's pretty bright.
I'm not sure I know the answer, but I can find out.
Yeah, if that was because I don't understand how internal lighting could affect the abutters.
Roger, I can speak to that at least as best as I can. It's been some months since I've had some conversation with the abutters, but I believe there's an office at the corner, sort of closest to the abutters in question, and the Route 1. Yep, right in that area. Sort of those are big window panes, sort of open, just big. The whole wall is glass, essentially, more or less. I believe that's the area from which the internal lighting is questioned by the abutters, as I recall the conversation.
So I guess my question to staff would be, I don't know, this is something that the abutters have to deal with the town and coordinate with the dealership? Or, I mean, there's nothing much we could do about this, is there?
Yeah, I guess we don't really have much in the way of standards for internal building lighting. You know, it is certainly a, that's a tricky
Do you know
question.
the banner? Do you know the outside banner that I'm referring to, Jay?
Outside banner, right?
It's pretty wide.
I
And it
saw
wraps
it.
right around the external front of the building, and it's very bright.
Oh, you're talking about, I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to the light coming out of the office space.
Yeah, see, it doesn't show it on.
So I think that band, I think, was something that was approved by the planning board through the original site plan review process, if I remember correctly.
Well, yeah, I don't see a problem with that, other than if it stays on all night, it probably does project quite a bit of light. That's the only reason I brought it up.
I'll see if it is on, I'll see if it can be dimmed.
Yeah. And the, or reduced, you know, dimmed down, or whatever. And the only other thing, on the staff notes, it talks about adding additional buffering along the western property line, which is basically where the Pinecrest Apartments housing is, I believe. Is that the intent there, or do you really mean the south boundary line?
I'm not sure.
Plan view west.
Jamal?
Can you not hear me?
No.
We can barely hear you, Jamal.
Sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Much better. Yep.
What was I gonna say? I think I meant it was plan view west, but we did mean the southern property line, just based on
okay.
butters. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Because I thought it meant more sense, because that's where seems to be the complaints. I guess I don't have anything more to add. I just don't, you know, anything they can do, I guess, to satisfy those people along the side there. Otherwise, they'll apparently lose Volvo customers.
Like I said, I think we can add some selective plantings. I suspect that if you're looking through your window and through the trees, you can see light. That light can be just as distracting as if it were shining in your windows. And because I'm not standing there, I don't know what the experience is. But if additional buffering of some arborvitae in the front of that aids it, or maybe even behind it, closer to the property line, I think we can explore that.
I will say too that during the deliberation, I was able to find the amended DEP permit, so I apologize for
Oh, hey, thanks.
that confusion. From October 2020, right?
Yes.
Yep. So that's in the file. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
The last thing I would say, Kylie, is, you know, the lights above the I guess there's doorway lights above the doors. Just have somebody look into that and see if there's anything that can be done too. I mean, at this stage, anything that can be done, I think, will help alleviate the issue. I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Roger. Yeah. For any other planning board members before I chime in quickly, Rick DuPerry or Mr. Scudder?
I'll just say that I concur with the comments here. You know, I think what we're talking about now is trying to figure out a way to kind of address the concerns of the neighbors. Kylie, your beautiful rendering with all the trees, it looks like there's a big hedgerow of trees wrapped around this entire property. I don't think it's quite that nice, but it would be wonderful if that was there. But anything that you can do to help with some of this lighting, and I think that'll go a long way. That's all I have, Nick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Okay. So yeah, for what it's worth, I think you know, what the main parking area, aside from just double checking the lighting, if I could summarize where we're at, I think we're okay with what we're seeing on the parking side, even the landscaping that's buffering it. On the other side, we would like you to address the neighbors' concerns, you know, with whether it's the shielding of the lights, or if it's dimming and changing the fixture heads out, but some sort of relief for the abutters, as well as trying to see what we can do on the landscaping buffering on that edge as well. So I'd be comfortable doing kind of a conditional motion this evening, acknowledging that, you know, you can work with you know, staff to submit those items and make those things happen. That's kind of where I'm at. I think that's kind of what I heard from this board. If I'm out of step with the board, I'm sure somebody will let me know. Okay. With that said, Jamel, do you have something for us?
And actually in it, Jamel.
Oh, you guys like doing that to me late at night. Just the guessing game.
Keeps it interesting.
That's right.
Just call on staff, Nick. We'll
Thank you, Angela. I move to approve the site plan amendment project titled Portland Volvo Parking Expansion as depicted on the plan set prepared by Sebago Technics dated 9/21/20 with the following findings, waivers, and conditions. The applicant is proposing to pave an existing graveled area to provide 32 additional parking spaces on the site. The proposal also includes landscaping and stormwater management elements. Property is located within the Business Office Research Zoning District and is further identified on the Town Assessor's map as map U50R18. Planning Board has reviewed the application and supporting documentation and finds that the proposed design of the site plan adequately addresses the site plan review and zoning ordinance requirements for site utilization, layout, access, internal vehicular movement, parking, pedestrian ways, landscaping, stormwater management, lighting, architecture, signage, utilities, and storage. Waivers: 1, permit the proposed parking aisle width of 22 feet. Conditions: 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the plan set shall be revised to include A, 4-sided house shields on all light fixtures along the southern property line. B, additional buffering/noise reduction provisions along the southern property line in an effort to reduce noise spillover onto abutting properties. C, update the photometrics plan to meet the IESNA standards as required by site plan review ordinance and discussed with the planning board. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to the issuance of a building permit, the applicant shall address the remaining comments in civil peer memorandum from Woodard and Curran dated 4/22/21. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 3, prior to the start of construction, a pre-construction meeting is required. The meeting shall include appropriate town staff, the developer, and their site contractor, and is to be coordinated through the planning department. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, if I may, when you're ready, I have a quick question.
I have a second. We'll open up to discussion, and I'll, Kylie, go ahead.
I apologize. Thank you. I just wanted to add clarity to the additional buffering noise reduction so that it is focused on additional vegetation so that it doesn't leave it open to large construction of concrete walls or other things that are left undefined. And then specifically on C, because it is a car lot and because the bulk of the lot has been approved previously and we are making amends for impacts. The IESNA standards seems like a big task to bring the whole plan into a new photometrics and relamp an entire site potentially. So I would just ask if we could make it about the house side shields. And certainly if we need to make an adjustment to the new proposed plan, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, we've heard from the applicant. The board should discuss those 2 requests. Angela, did you have anything to chime in with?
Yeah, I guess with the motion here, because it was just kind of thrown together with staff. So the construction has already happened. So I don't know how that gets tied to a building permit or even a pre-con meeting. This is all after the fact, correct?
Yeah, I guess I'll just jump in while staff's. I would say that the third condition can be eliminated.
Okay.
And I would suggest that we talk about, and I don't know what the right timing is, but coming up with some set time in which these things are to be done. Otherwise, they'd be considered in violation. Because as Angela just pointed out, there is no building permit. There's really isn't any extensive construction that's going to happen. The parking lot's already there. Yes, there's some landscaping that needs to go in and some house side shields that we're talking about, but none of these are things that the town would permit. They just need to happen. So I think it's worth a discussion about what reasonable timing is. Is it 30 days, 90 days? I'm not.
I would, I think that's a great suggestion, Jay. And Kylie, I'm gonna look at you for a little bit on this, but just based on my experience, I know things aren't the fastest to move these days. I would suggest if they happened prior to, September 1st, is that still pushing your
Yeah,
limits?
so because they are going to have to rip up the parking lot to build the porous section of the parking lots, this is not a small undertaking. I would ask, and I don't know what the timeline is, but I do think it's going to be tough to mobilize an earthwork crew and a paving crew this year. I think they're already committed in many ways. And so I might ask, and again, I'll leave it up to the board, but perhaps a year from the date of approval, simply so that they could possibly take advantage of chance, the market getting a little softer, maybe somebody being hungrier in the winter and doing a spring construction next year. I don't know that that's the intention. I just don't want to overcommit somebody to something that they might not be able to achieve within this calendar year.
But
I
what
guess
this is referring,
I was probably more or less thinking along the installing the house shields.
Oh yeah, that's fine within this year. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's do that.
like all of
and
the
even
conditions, yeah.
yeah, and even in the buffering,
Sure.
how
I
long
think
to put in
that's
the
fine.
plants,
Yes,
um,
absolutely.
That's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, was more about these 3 items that we have laid out here, less about
right.
that other piece. Yeah.
And September 1st feels reasonable, Kylie.
I agree.
Okay.
And then just one other thing Nick, before the board, just so the board can discuss a little more. We have recently done more car lots and looking at the standards we've been using. So we've been trying to be consistent with those staff. When we looked at Acura and Mercedes and even Land Rover. So there is a standard just to be consistent with that. So I don't think it's that we're just kind of winging it with that. It's just trying to be across the board. So I think staff can get to a place that would make, I think, probably everybody more comfortable with that. And then we have, like I said, kind of looking at others that we've done, which actually Sebago has done, I think, all those I just named. So I think that's doable in that respect. So I wouldn't say that it's a big lift, and it also would help us be consistent, I guess, across the town.
And I'm sorry, though, is that because they are meeting IES NA standards?
We do have one specifically for car lots that we've
Okay.
been using as guidance. Yes.
That meets that standard.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
Okay.
I believe so. And like I said, it speaks to what Rick was talking about as far as color and different things like that. And then just being consistent across not only your site, but across the other dealerships in town.
I think my only ask would be if it is going to be significant in its cost to relamp, that is a significant investment across the site for something recently constructed. So whatever consideration we can lend to the applicant as well would be appreciated.
For the board discussion, I think we need to talk about the type of buffering noise reduction provisions that we asked to see at that location, as Kylie pointed out. I don't know if anyone here is expecting a concrete wall. For me personally, I I'd probably ask for her to, or the applicant to look into two aspects of it. One is what they can do on the machinery side, whether the manufacturer has recommendations, and then additionally look into possibly more plantings, or maybe even a wooden fence if that works to some extent. But that's my initial thought looking at this.
I wonder if they could leave, I wonder if they could leave the door down while the blowers are going, or if the door has to come up. It's not like there's a series of cars going through.
It's the pressurization of the building that might be the issue too. You don't want to blow out windows.
You know, I'm thinking of the car wash at Oak Hill, where one car goes in at a time, and I think when the blowers go on, the
Yeah, you're
doors are
driving
still
out.
down.
You're driving out, aren't you? Aren't you driving out when those blowers come in?
No, I don't think so. Maybe, I don't know.
I think those are good recommendations from the chair.
I might be hearing these as actually two separate conditions. So Angela, maybe it's so additional buffering. Let's go with, bear with me while I try to work through this, not typing. So additional buffering along the southerly property line, which may include landscaping and or fencing. And then, additional explore or I'm trying, because
About and or.
About consider.
I mean, I'd really like them to actively investigate whether or not mechanically something else can be done in there.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a swapping out of the type of blowers they have. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's not my wheelhouse.
Be a statement from the
of the
manufacturer.
blowers. Angela, you want to just add, just be sure we're clear talking about the blowers somewhere here.
I don't know if it has to be the blowers. Maybe that's not the loudest thing in there. I think I think just cumulatively, I think you're looking for noise reduction opportunities.
Mitigate noise.
Yeah.
Mitigate from the car wash. I guess it's just worth being very clear which activity we're talking about here.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. So we made a wonderful mess of this motion. I think it'd probably be best if we can withdraw and we'll re-motion the conditions section. How does anyone feel about that?
I think that's the best thing to do right now. I can withdraw my second, and the main motion fails without a second, so you can then read this as the new motion.
Love it. Thank you, Rachel.
Hold on. I just have one other thing to ask before we move past editing. I'm sorry. The item A there, condition A, 4-sided house shields on all light fixtures along the southern property line. Might we want to make that all property lines? Because I was not here, I don't believe, to hear comments from properties to the north at a prior time, but it seems like if we're willing to, mitigate or limit light spillover on one side, maybe we should consider it on all. That's all.
It's a fair comment.
Yeah, it does.
Any more tweaks? Okay, I'm going to reread the conditions aspect of the motion. Conditions: 1, prior to September 1st, 2021, the plan set shall be revised to include A, 4-sided house shields on all light fixtures along property lines. B, additional planted buffering along the southern property line, which may include landscaping or fencing. C, explore alternative mechanical noise reduction provisions within the car wash area. D, update the photometrics plan to meet IESNA standards as required by the site plan review ordinance and discussed with the planning board. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. 2, prior to September 1st, 2021, the applicant shall address the remaining comments in civil peer memorandum from Woodard and Curran dated 4/22/21. This shall be reviewed and approved by the planning department. That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second. Discussion? All right. All in favor, Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Roger Beely,
Yes.
Rick Meinking,
Yes.
Nick McGee. Yes. Sure, that's unanimous. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
You too. At 10:22, we will not be taking up any new business this evening. My apologies to items 11, 13, 14, and 15. We hope to see you again in 3 weeks. Staff report.
Sure, I'll start. Just let plan board members know that council continues to consider the growth management ordinance. There's actually 2 items that are before the council. One is sort of an amendment to the existing ordinance. The other is a consideration of a repeal and replace of a growth management ordinance. There's actually a workshop this coming Thursday night with council that I believe is scheduled to start at 6:30. If folks are interested in taking a look at that. I think I have the right time. If not, please take a look at the town's website, the calendar, and the time will be right there on the posted agenda. Also let board members know that the amendments to the site plan review ordinance that you had previously looked at with respect to what we sort of deem as administrative review or a minor development review for projects of a certain size within certain zones, predominantly industrial, light industrial zones, was adopted by council. So that has moved forward. And then it did come up earlier in the evening, and staff hasn't had time to coordinate with the Downs team, but just in terms of having sort of a more general workshop on the Downs, seems like appropriate timing. And one of the things that's coming together and just in the last couple of weeks, month or so, is really coalescing around the traffic movement permit for the Downs, which really incorporates the full build out, at least of the first initial phase of development. It's a traffic movement permit of upwards to 3,700 trips, which is as big a permit as anyone can ever remember seeing in the state. And some of those who are working on this project have been at this for many decades. So this is a beast of a different color. And so it's probably worth a discussion. This is something that staff has had, for months, weekly meetings with DOT and the Downs team. So I think it's worth probably, it'll help one, give the board a grander understanding of what full build out means, but then we can also talk a little bit about specifics about what those, not only on-site mitigation, but really what the off-site mitigation is as we work forward. So I'll look to have a conversation with the Downs team within the next week and see what we can pull together here in the next, whatever the case may be. But just want to put that on your radar. That would probably be an off meeting or off schedule type meeting, specific workshop. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Jay. Angela or Jamel?
I have a quick staff update. Just want to report on one pre-construction meeting, and that was for the North Village project over near Eastern Village. We had that, I think it was last week.
Thank you. Administrative amendment report?
None at this time.
Correspondence? Planning board comments? Roger?
Yeah, just two questions to staff. The the road that's connecting to the Parkway, is that Center Street in the Downs? Where the
Yep.
cut through, that's
Yep.
Center Street?
Yep.
Okay. And the other question, anything, any update on the Acura dealership? Anything going on with that?
Not since the last update that we gave a few months ago.
Any other
Oh,
planning
yeah.
board comments? Rick Manking.
Yeah, I hopefully maybe when we get the Downs update, we'd have a little more idea on what the electrical grid might look like and try to put some shape to that so that we can mitigate rush decisions that we have to make so that power can be applied to some of these new developments. I just felt like it was rushed last time we met, and don't feel like we had the opportunity for some other folks that might have more information to present, so that we got a better picture of what could happen and what needs to happen and what are the alternatives, because I think we're hearing one side of the story. And I want to make sure that we're fully informed before we have to make those kind of decisions again.
I guess I can respond a little bit to that too, Rick. Since that meeting, I have had conversations with CMP myself, the same folks that they've been meeting with. And I asked some of the questions actually that you had brought up in the planning board meeting. And I think asking those questions opened up more options that were not exactly laid out. And I don't know if it was just not exploring kind of the more alternatives, to look at what are options out there. So I think CMP and the folks that the Downs is working with, we work with all the time too, staff. So I think there's already a working relationship there. So I think they're open to having those conversations with the town and the Downs. And I think Jay's point was, making sure that CMP is realizing, we're all kind of working in tandem and kind of working in the same direction, I think is helpful in that respect. And so the Downs team has reached out to me and invited me to a CMP planning meeting. So I'll be sitting down with them and their folks to meet with the CMP guys. But some of the alternatives that they were looking at are, a lot more aesthetically pleasing. So also talking about, like you had talked about, more of the grid and going in different, how it's laid out, right? And kind of trying to get ahead of that a little bit. So
yeah, I think that would serve us well.
Yep, I think those are all on the table, and it sounded like CMP is open to that conversation. So I think
That's
that
great,
was
great
going to
news.
be helpful.
We're in good hands with staff. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Rachel.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on a notion that was raised, and I can't remember earlier by either Jen or Roger, and that is that as we go along now, we're starting in the Innovation District, we're starting to fill in buildings where there's a building on either side, as we saw tonight with Patco, and it would be helpful to see to get some sort of a schematic to see the new building in relationship to the others around it. If you've only got one building on a street, that's all you're looking at. But it may be helpful for us to see what the footprint would look like of that whole street, for instance. So something, I also noticed that, Angela, I think in one of your screenshots, you had listed on the sites that a building was under construction or a building had been approved. And if there's a way to add that sort of information as we go along, I think that would be helpful to us as well as we see more development coming into innovation. So appreciate that. I thought it was a good idea.
And just to let you all know, I meet every other week out on the site with the construction team at the Downs. And it's really about the coordination of all of that. And they provide that to me, that plan I shared, and they update it. I don't know, I guess maybe once a month or as things progress, they'll update that. So they've been providing that kind of information to me, and it's more for my benefit. It's more about what areas are open and what are under construction, because we have to accumulate that and saying for a DEP permit to know how much open areas they're constructing with. But so that information is available, and it would, like to your point, maybe putting it as asking the Downs to include those with their submission packets, sounds like might be helpful.
Any other planning board comments for the evening? I will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, Roger Beely,
Yes.
Jennifer Ladd,
Yes.
Rachel Hendrickson,
Yes.
Rick Meinking.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you all. Appreciate your work tonight.
Good job.